Yeah, all right, good. I am Ronald Young Jr. Welcome to TEDx Foggy Bottom 2022, and I'm going to be your host for today. So we got some amazing talks in store. I'm excited to share the day with you. But before we get into the main event, you guys know we got to do a bunch of housekeeping stuff. Make sure you guys are comfortable, and let's cover what you guys can expect today here at TEDx Foggy Bottom 2022. So first, what is TED? TED is an organization dedicated to bringing together the world's leading innovators, thinkers, and doers to give talks about ideas that are worth spreading. The TEDx program was established in order to expand the TED universe to include community voices, and TEDx events like this are locally based and independently produced all over the world, forming a community that you all are now a part of. Welcome. So let's play a quick video.
From Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theaters, every day people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a nonprofit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers, and the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TED's. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
All right, so that's what TED looks like across the globe. And today's event, TEDx Foggy Bottom, is pretty unique because it's the largest student-organized TEDx event in the world. So let's give it up for that. Yeah. So TEDx Foggy Bottom Talks, they have garnered more than 3 million views on YouTube and have been featured on TEDx Editor's Picks and on Upworthy. And this year, each year, TEDx Foggy Bottom is brought to life by over 40 incredibly dedicated and hardworking undergraduate students at the George Washington University. This team has been working so hard to make an in-person event possible, and we hope you guys enjoy, keep saying you guys, we hope you folks enjoy impressive speakers. Now, I know we're all excited to hear from our speakers, but before we get to that, more housekeeping. All right, so I know you guys are excited to hear me tell you what you can and can't do in this room, so gear up for that. Social media. Please feel free to tweet, post, and snap our event. Just make sure to use our official FOBO22 hashtag, that's hashtag FOBO22, when you post your thoughts and reactions throughout the day, and they may appear on our screen later on, so you guys might be famous. You might be famous. Forgive me. All right. No flash photography, no video. No flash photography, no video. You can take pictures. If you do, we need you to stand further in the back. Don't try to be, don't be distracting and in the front. Stand far away so we can, you're not really taking away from anyone's view of the event. And no video. So I want everyone to do me a favor right now. Take out your phone and hold it up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, like a concert. There we go. All right. So I want you to do two things. Turn off your flash on your camera and silence your cell phone. Cell phone, smartphone, whatever, what are we calling them these days? Silence it. And let's run through the schedule for today. Our day is divided into 4 sessions with 3 breaks in between. When it's time for a break, go find our interactive exhibits, our merch table, and more in the front in the grand ballroom where everyone came in. Volunteers wearing red lanyards will be present in the lobby to direct you over there. And during these breaks, you'll be able to chat with speakers and other attendees, get food across the street at Western Market, stretch your legs before coming back, and the next session, before coming back to the next session of Great Talks. If you need to, you can exit the ballroom from the rear during a session, but please wait until the talk is over and be respectful to our presenters so we don't have any unnecessary noise. So if someone's on the stage talking, try to wait till they're done before you move, whether coming in or coming out. If you're outside, you hear somebody talking, wait for them to stop, wait for a transition, then come in. That way, it's not distracting for the folks on stage. So the room is our home base for the day, but in between sessions, the room is going to be closed. You guys can hang out outside, but you can't stay in here. So we'll have little breaks and all that. And again, you can mill around out there, like we said, go to see the exhibits, all of that. But the room will be prepping the room for the next set of speakers. Our second break will be the lunch break, and during that time, our speakers will be gathered in the exhibit space. You'll have the opportunity to network and engage with all of them, and of course, other attendees, and that's a great time to look at all the exhibits. Okay, that's it. Y'all ready for some talks? All right. Okay, so our first session of the day is called Reinvent, and to kick things off, I'm gonna tell y'all a little story about my own reinvention. So right now I'm in front of you, Ronald Young Jr., host, cultural commentator, audio producer. But not long ago, I was Ronald Young Jr. who worked in IT. So I want to share with y'all 4 steps that I took to reinvent my career. So in 2012, I was working at a management consulting firm, and I hated it. It was absolute garbage. I hate corporate interactions. I hate climbing the corporate ladder. I hate like emails, spreadsheets, all of that. It was not for me. So I had to get out of there. And when I had just graduated college, I at first was an intern at a radio station. I was cutting tape. I was board operating. I was feeling great about doing that work, but I got laid off. So when I got laid off, I started doing IT. This was 2012, so podcasts were just becoming popular. So as I'm doing my work, I decide I'm gonna start listening to podcasts. They're all great, I'm sucked in, I'm immersed. And while I'm listening, I think I could do that. I think I have the skill set for that. That brings me to step 1, start the work. So it took me 5 years to start my podcast from the time that I started listening to them. And mostly it was because I wanted it to be perfect. It had to be perfect. The sound had to be great, all of it, everything had to be perfect. And that really held me up. So when you're thinking about reinventing yourself, changing careers, any of that, you can't wait for it to be perfect. There's never gonna be a perfect time to start. So you just kinda gotta start, and what I did was make incremental changes every time. So it's gonna be garbage the first time, it's gonna be garbage -1 the second time, and each time until it's maybe just a little bit better, a little bit more listenable. And that's what I did. I was still working full-time in IT, but I was spending all my free time working on my passion, working on producing a podcast. And that brings me to step 2. Set the timeline. So now it's 2018, and I've been producing my podcast for about a year, and I started, kind of making connections around the city and around the nation, and I decided to go to an audio conference. I go to the audio conference, there's all these people working full-time in audio production. I'm getting excited. I'm like, wow, you guys are all doing the things that I want to do. This is fantastic. So I come back to my IT job, and I sit at my desk, and I realize, I've got to get out of here. And so I set a date. By the end of 2020, I'm gonna be working full-time in audio production. And what that did in that moment was it all of a sudden made everything around me temporary. All of the corporate interactions, all the things that I hate, I know that this is gonna end. I know that there's an end date. It's the end of the year, 2020. I'm gonna get there. So I feel excited about that. In the meantime, still working on podcasts, still trying to build my skill set, still learning as much as I can in order to become a better audio producer, which brings me to step 3, rename yourself. So here at DC, there's this thing we do where when you meet somebody, you say to them, what do you do? And people would always ask me, what do you do? And I would say, I'm Ronald, I work in IT, and then a very boring conversation would say, so what do you do? You know, spreadsheets? I'm like, yeah, But I would eventually shift the conversation to my podcast, and I would get excited. Like, yeah, you should listen to it. I do this, and the music comes in like this. It was fantastic. And I would get excited. They would get excited. We'd both be like animated. And I was like, you know what? I think this is what I do. I need to stop telling people that I do IT. So when people started asking me the question, what do you do? I said, I'm an audio producer, but my day job is working in IT. It's all about the mindset. So at that point, I decided that no longer was I going to introduce myself. And what that did was it kind of opened up my mind to describing who I was, and it was telling other people also who I was. It was funny because there were even some people who didn't realize I was still full-time working IT. They'd be like, oh, audio producer. And I'm like, yeah, it's true. You believe it, right? So do I. Everyone else will too. So that brings me, and this is 2019. So But the one thing I'm thinking is, Ronald, how are you going to make this transition? How are you actually going to change? You have a full-time job with benefits. Like, you work here. You're good. You're just going to go be a freelance audio producer? That doesn't make any sense. How are you going to make that change? And I just assumed, it'll all work out. It sure did. March, the pandemic worked itself right out into all of our lives. And at that point, I'm like, oh, no, I can't. There's no way in the world. There's no way in the world I could switch now. I got a good job. I got to stay here. I got to shift the timeline. I'll just keep getting momentum. We'll figure out how to get there. And in June 2020, I lost my job. I lost my job. And at that point, all of the momentum, everything, losing my job, all the audio stuff, all of that felt like it was pushing me off a cliff. And the thing about falling is when you try to stop yourself from falling, you almost make it worse sometimes. And rather than try to stop myself from being pushed off this cliff, I made a decision to take a leap of faith. And I called some audio conference friends. I called a couple of people I knew, and they got me some leads. And about a month, I booked 2 gigs, and I was full-time Ronald Young Jr. audio producer. And this is still in the middle of 2020, so I'm blown away. And I think what I learned from all of that was in the moments that we're walking towards our dreams, in the moments that we're trying to reinvent ourselves, when we're trying to make that change, you have to remember no matter what wild things are happening around you, you have to resist the urge to turn around and go back to what's comfortable. And if all of this crazy stuff is happening around you, all these wild things are happening, if you still find yourself facing the direction of your dreams, don't resist the momentum. Just let it carry you forward. So again, start the work, set the timeline, rename yourself, and don't resist the momentum. And because I can only say this once in my life, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay, so you guys are good and warmed up now. The first session is again entitled Reinvent, and these are speakers who took the world around them and asked themselves, what leave a positive footprint? Our first speaker is Omar Ocasio. He's the CEO of Remora and an MPA student at the George Washington University. After experiencing firsthand the consequences of lacking access to clean water during Hurricane Maria in 2017, Omar founded Remora, a social enterprise dedicated to providing clean and potable water to communities in need through an off-grid triple filtration water system. Let's welcome Mr. Ocasio to the stage. Give it up.
That's a lot of sound. Hello, everyone. How are you doing this morning? You can do better than that. How y'all doing this morning? Yeah. My name is Omar Negron Ocasio. I am the CEO and founder of Remora. an organization dedicated to provide clean and potable water to communities in need through an innovative water filtration device. But today, I'm here to talk to you about something else. How adversity and challenges transform a small town boy into an entrepreneur and made me the founder of Remora. Let's go back 24 years. I grew up in Corozal, a small town in the mountains of Puerto Rico. An island we all know for its unique culture, diverse ecosystem, and nature's most beautiful resources. But behind all that beauty, we have strong-willed people fighting every single day with an economy stuck for more than 10 years, destructive hurricanes, and constant earthquakes. Truly, an environment someone will say it's impossible to be an entrepreneur. And that's what I believed for a long time. And the turning point for that was 2017, a year I will never forget. I was a sophomore, first generation in my family to attend college and creating my first business. A secondhand clothing store focused on providing a sustainable income for homeless people in Puerto Rico while employing them to be part of the store. We opened a successful first store in San Juan, and after 6 months of successful operations, Hurricane Maria destroyed my house and my entire island. It was a very turbulent time, so I decided to leave this project behind and go back to my family to rebuild our home. We have lost everything, forcing me and my family to live in a shelter. One may think that the biggest concern of someone living in a shelter is to rebuild our home or to find a house at all. But for us, it was water. We asked ourselves every single day, how are we going to get water today? For 5 months straight, we spent a lot of time doing long lines every single day hoping a government water truck will arrive. But one day, in that same exact line, I asked myself, what if we can get clean and potable water from our rivers without depending on outside aid? Hard to think that a river that once destroyed my house could also be the potential solution to my issues. And then another question came to mind. How am I going to do all of this? I know nothing about water. I know nothing about science. I have zero knowledge in engineering. I barely even know how solar panel works. But do you have to be an expert to innovate? I say no to that. The main issue I've found with some experts in this field is that they create solutions for people they never talk to. So they end up doing products without the lived experience of those people in that program, and that solution. And now you may think, well, I'll get surveys, I'll go to the community, I'll do visits, I'll do a needs assessment. Yeah, go for those, I encourage you. But nothing will be more valuable than having someone in your team that have the lived experience of going to the issue you're trying to solve. In my case, that was clean water, and in my case, that person was me. I spent 5 months without clean water, 3 months without electricity, and I lived through the aftermath of a destructive hurricane. My resume was being an expert on surviving, an expert on helping my community. And that's what I bring to my business. I knew the people that we were trying to serve. I knew how they were going to react to the solution, and I knew how this could be implemented. But now that all sounds beautiful in paper, and in reality, you'll need some kind of expertise to do a water filtration device. But I found that it was more important to me to find and nurture team members that not only had the expertise I was looking for, but also share the same passion that I did. So I found a team of people that also lived through the hurricane. We mixed their expertise in marketing, finance, engineering, with that lived experience of going through a hurricane. We mixed that, and we found a key to success. But now that you have a great idea, you have a great team, you understand the value of lived experiences, you're gonna get into a lot of trouble doing a business, and you're gonna find it really hard to be motivated. So I follow a 3-step model. First thing is why. Why are we doing what we're doing? Why is this important, and why should people care? And this may sound hard, but sometimes going back to that worst moment in your life that you're trying to solve will keep you motivated. Going back to that worst scenario that you lived through or that someone you care lived through will keep you motivated. I do that every time I'm struggling. I'm like, I don't want anyone else to go a day without clean water. And that why keeps being in the back of my mind every time I'm doing something, even when I'm pitching for $1,000. So, and then I go to my second step. Who? Who are the people that have suffered, will suffer, or have suffered, are suffering right now this issue? Because putting a face to your business, to your solution, to your idea or your passion, it's really important. And that person may be you, but also maybe someone else. In my case, my who is my mom. Every time I'm struggling, I go back to that memory of my mom with 3-4 gallons in her hands going into the river to get water to clean and cook while we were on the other side of the river trying to rebuild our home. Having that image present always motivates me because I, once again, want to make sure no one spends the day without clean water. And then it's the what. What are the outcomes? What are the things that are going to change? And that is something that you should have very clear. And I've said it 2 times. No, I don't want anyone to spend a single day without water. So I always have that in my mind because I have a goal and my team have that goal as well. So we go into the why, the who, and the what. And now we're motivated. We're ready to conquer the world. We're going to bring a solution. But now we face another issue. And I've had a lot of this in the past. You're going to get a lots of no. Because it doesn't matter how much you explain to people how important water is or whatever issue is that you're trying to solve, people will still say no, or they will not care, they will not understand, and that's okay. I mean, you should care about water. But still okay if you don't, because people are people. So I follow the same 3 steps, the same elements. I tell my stories in a way that you know what, who, and why. Having a main character in every story you're trying to tell, it's important. We learned that at kindergarten. So do the same for your idea. Have a main character that may be you or maybe someone else that you deeply care about. Because people like things that feel palpable, that are personal, that they can relate to. And they will notice when you're lying because your body, your mind, your words behave differently when it's something you don't care about. And most importantly, when you're trying to talk to other people about this issue, know that you know what you're doing best than anyone else. Don't get discouraged. Don't try to change what you're trying to say. You know it better, and you can try, and some people will still not understand, and that's fine. But stand strong in what you believe in, because you are the one who went through this, or someone you know went through this. And now that we, found motivation, people believe you, all of that, you're ready to go out there into the world, there is something else I want you to take away from this. 4 years ago, I completely lost everything. My entire world was destroyed in a matter of seconds. I had a great job, I had a first business, everything seemed great, and then it was destroyed immediately. And I allowed myself to be mad, to be frustrated, to be sad, to be discouraged. That's okay. Next time you're faced with an issue, allow yourself to feel those emotions because that will ignite a passion in you. But please also allow yourself to take all those emotions, all that frustration, all that anger you have, and transform it into something that will help other people that would go through this issue. I did it 4 years ago, and now I'm talking in front of you. Gracias.
All right. Great talk. All right, let's do a bit of an icebreaker. Can we turn up the house lights for a second? Yeah, I'm gonna make you talk to your neighbor. All right, so we all gave y'all badges, and on the badges should say what your reverb is on your name badge. So I want everyone to look at the person next to them, introduce yourself, and explain the reason behind your reverb. And we'll give you about 30 seconds. Go. All right, I hate to interrupt. Y'all look like y'all having fun. This is great. So we want everyone to continue to engage with the theme, continue to engage with your neighbors, continue to reconnect with each of the Re's on your badge. And we'll have more opportunities for you to reflect and learn on them at our exhibits. So be sure to engage with those if you can. So, y'all ready for another speaker? All right. Our second speaker, Tambra Ray Stevenson, is the visionary leader behind WANDA, which stands for Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics, and Agriculture. WANDA is an organization that aims to create a digital platform for women and girls of African descent to lead in building healthy, sustainable communities through education, advocacy, and innovative approaches. Please give a warm welcome to Tambra Ray Stevenson. Good luck.
I'm not nervous, not at all. I've done this many of times. Wow. So, how many of us have lost something, someone that we wish to reclaim? During the time of this pandemic, we have lost loved ones. We've lost time, but yet we have reclaimed our health as many people have ran along the river, making new dishes, sharing on social media. Well, on April 1, 2007, I lost my father, Calvin Hill Jr., in Oklahoma City in a head-on collision. He was a firefighter for Oklahoma City, the first to break the colored line. But we shared the love of family, history, of food, and his death birthed a new me. I went through a quarter-life crisis, and I began to see how can I heal from this pain and turn that pain into a purpose, almost like an alchemist. And so that brings in learning my family history, because you cannot go forward if you do not know where you have gone. And that brings in Henrietta. Henrietta was born into slavery. She was bought for $900 in Georgia to the Burkhalter family. That family, when the daughter married into the George Washington Speed family, who fought in the Confederacy in Mississippi, where they were married, moved on to Corsicana, Texas, where he became the bank president. And Henrietta helped to not only raise her own children, but their children as well. And so when emancipation happened, it would take dozens of years later before Henrietta was free and to reunite with Giles Burkhalter, her son, a product of trauma, and understanding that that is where she died in June 1908, around the time of the statehood of Oklahoma. And that's where my family has been for the last 4 generations. And for me, I thought about women like Henrietta, how they not only helped to create new life, but were never paid for their labor. Yet She planted the seed in Giles, and who later became a father, a husband, an agripreneur in Eufaula, Oklahoma, and helped to feed his own community. And he went on to birth the next generation. And so I want to introduce you to the tale of two grandmothers, Minnie Mae Crawford on my mom's side and Ruby Burkhalter Talver on my father's side. These two women represent what we are seeing in America. 1 out of 10 Americans, according to the government, have diabetes. Yet 1 out of 5 Black women over the age of 55 have diabetes. Yet my Minnie Mae nanny died from complications. She grew up dealing with rural life, dealing with trauma, and we know the power of what it means to self-medicate. We enjoyed her desserts and getting ice cream, but how much did these refined foods play into her health? Whereas Ruby grew up to later be a nurse for 35 years in Oklahoma City and making healing tonics. Both were women of faith, yet one is still living now beyond the age of 90. And so I had to think about, how do I honor the ancestry within me? And so I went on to create Native Soul Kitchen. Native Soul means nourishing authentic traditions that including values of sustainability, oneness, and love, and realizing that we have to begin to rethink the space of kitchens, not only as sites of trauma that we knew from our history, but create them as sites of healing. And so I became a mom, and I wanted to reclaim that space in the kitchen again. And that's where I began cooking up new memories, new recipes, remixing new traditions, and began realizing the power in our food. We can either choose to heal or kill our meals, our families, or our next generation. And so it had me, in one class, a student asked, well, we're learning about African foods and making food that can heal us, but have you even been to Africa? And that raised the question, like, no, I haven't. And so part of my honoring family was also doing the DNA test, learning of my connection and heritage of Fulanis in present-day northern Nigeria, and being able to learn how to prepare the meals, be received in the community in Kano, and taking for Denono, which is a milk and millet dish. And so it led me to learn about one particular study that I wanted to highlight of Stephen O'Keefe out of University of Pittsburgh, did a study like you've seen the show Family Swap, imagine food swap. You have two communities in rural South Africa eating an American diet for 2 weeks of everything that we know, burgers, fries, and all that jazz. But then also African Americans eating a mostly African diet. That African diet was high in fiber, low in fat, compared to the American diet, high in fat, low in fiber that we know. Well, within the span of those 2 weeks, he saw a dramatic difference in the gut microbiome, basically more polyps. The increase of biomarkers of cancer risk was found, along with increase in inflammation in the colon among those Africans who had an American diet, versus those who were on an African diet had lower inflammation in the colon and decreased biomarkers showing colon cancer risk. And that was profound because we know in the world of epigenetics that our food, like anything else, can become on and off, turn on and off light switches in our environment. And so I began to realize, why are we not investing the same amount of dollars in discovering these heritage foods as much as we have in the Mediterranean diet? In other words, if we choose to invest in one culture versus another, we show a value in one over the other. The African American community, the African diaspora, we are not monolithic. And so our diet should be invested in just as much as anyone else if we know what food can do to help heal us. And so I began thinking, what are we telling the next generation? My daughter Ruby had an opportunity to be at the U.S. State of Women back in 2016 when Michelle Obama came to speak. At the time, Let's Move was moving, and there was a focus of childhood obesity and knowing that in my generation, my children were to die before me. And I began thinking, how are we as a family, as a community, as women can play a role in changing the trajectory of our children's health? One teacher, who was Ruby's preschool teacher, thought that junk food as a reward was appropriate. And I spoke to her as a mother, and I said, well, would you feed these foods to your children? And we know the answer. So why is it acceptable in our community here in Ward 8 in Anacostia? And yes, she was another African-American woman. And so I began to realize how much have we liberated ourselves out of the kitchen to the point that we don't see the value anymore. And so in that moment, the alchemist came to me, and I said, I want to begin to see how do we build a legion of food freedom fighters on the front line, and for women to begin seeing themselves as these food sheroes that we need to help save and heal our communities. And so that led me to think about, what are the characters that our children are seeing? How is our food being represented in our communities? In the media, we know entertainment is a powerful tool that helps shapes the minds of how children see themselves. When we think about Tintin, and I thought about how do we create an aspirational character that encourages our children to see themselves as food heroes, to go on these great adventures, traveling and learning about foods, African heritage foods that can heal their families and be their medicine. And that's when I reconnected to my own passion of writing books, children's books, and learning how food can be that superpower for little Wanda, who's now a patent design doll that I created with the idea that she can help inspire the next generation through these stories. And we went on to donate these books in Nigeria and creating more books in other African languages, because we want to ensure that we not only validate the cultural identity of what food represents, but also the languages as well. Food is not just medicine, it's identity, it's culture, it's our medicine, but it also is our power. And it's now time to reclaim that power. And so we traveled to Nigeria in 2016 to plant that seed, to begin thinking about how we can connect to our sisters across the Atlantic and realize that we have the same goal in common, to help heal our families one meal at a time. We went to travel to a local IDP camp where those who were impacted by Boko Haram had to fled into Abuja, and we fed not just Indomie noodles, which is very popular, but also real meats and rice and vegetables and a whole meal served by the local Muslim women. Because we knew that if we help to prepare the meals that heal the women, we can help heal a generation. And so we went on to recognize that we not only need to, as Wanda, women advancing nutrition, dietetics, and agriculture, we need to educate our communities, educate ourselves, advocate for the food policy changes that we need, and innovate by becoming the healthy food entrepreneurs in our communities. And so here in Washington, D.C., we, during the course of the pandemic, created the Wanda Academy, bringing women to local women farms, learning about bitter leaf, unjama jama, Swiss chard, collard greens, kale, vegetables that they never seen picked up out of the ground, and learning how to prepare. And this was beyond education, economic, job status. These were lawyers as much as someone who's retired on Medicare, Medicaid. We have a need to democratize nutrition education in this country and make it available for all, so all can be food citizens and rise up to understand that we are part of democracy, and democracy means choice, and we have limited the choices in our food system for those of us to begin to reconnect and liberate our communities. And so through our work, we recognize that one way to do that is our sisterhood suppers, bringing women together to have deep, meaningful conversations and connections and understanding the power of the table, not the red table talk type, but the kitchen table that can bring women together to help have those intentional conversations and be that cultural engineer in our communities of reclaiming that Sunday supper and saying, how do we remix our recipes that heal? How do we see the value in our stories? How do we create a community cookbook that captures the value of the foods of our heritage, that we can pass a new legacy to our generation and shift the power to reclaiming the power that already lies within? And so today I ask you, will you reclaim your power? The power that we have within us? We have so many hidden stories that have not been claimed. From Harriet Tubman, who was a cook and a nurse, who not only created a way out of no way and freed women and men and children, but also understood that cooking was part of her livelihood. Or Georgia Gilmore out of Alabama, who created a secret supper club to help feed a movement with Dr. King as one of her tried and true loyal customers. Or Karen Washington, who's an urban farmer who has coined the term food apartheid that creates the true definition of what we see in our communities of structural barriers. Or not only Harriet, but Dr. Shariki Kumanyika, who was my first mentor in nutrition epidemiology when I didn't even know the career of nutrition even existed as the only African-American student at Oklahoma State University. Or Dr. Evelyn Creighton, who became the first African-American president of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. These are the women's stories that need to be documented and told and empower women to believe that they can be more. They can be a great lunch lady, but they can be more. And to know that there are a wide range of titles and talents and testimonies of how women have used food as power, from food historians like Dr. Jessica Harris, who we know affectionately through the book High on the Hog, but understanding that we have the ability to create the change that already is within us, and that means unlocking that power to see that our food, our heritage food, is our medicine.
Let's give it up one more time for Tambra Ray Stevenson. All right, our next speaker, Lindley Johnson, is the program executive of NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office, which tracks potential hazardous asteroids and comets that come close to Earth and develops strategies for preventing potential impacts. He served 23 years active duty in the Air Force, rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel. He has received numerous awards and decorations, and even had an asteroid named after him. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Johnson to the stage.
Hi there, I'm Lindley Johnson. I'm your friendly local planetary defense officer. And by local, I mean this planet. So yeah, it is a real thing, the Planetary Defense Coordination Office. This was featured in a recent Hollywood movie, Don't Look Up, but it's based upon a real office at NASA headquarters. And I am the real Teddy Oglethorpe. All joking aside, though, I've spent a good deal of my career in the space business, working this area. Starting back 30 years ago, while I was still in the Air Force, starting work in planetary defense and dealing with this threat that is out there in space. So at NASA, when I came to NASA 20 years ago, I started setting up the program for planetary defense to find all the asteroids and comets that are in the solar system that represent a hazard of someday impacting the Earth. So what is planetary defense? That is the term that's used to encompass all the activities that are needed to, first of all, find the asteroids and comets that are out there in the solar system that can come close to Earth's orbit over time, figuring out what we can do about it, working both within the U.S. Government and with our international colleagues around the world. So NASA is very serious about this mission area, and we have organized all these activities into these 5 sectors. First, and most important, we've got to find them first. We can't do anything about them unless we first find those objects out there that could represent a threat. Now, we're looking for what we call the near-Earth objects, those that come within 30 million miles of Earth's orbit, both asteroids and comets. Now, 30 million miles sounds like a very long distance, and it is. But when you think about these asteroids are moving at about 1 million miles a day, 30 million miles is a prudent distance at which astronomers and planetary defense experts need a threshold at which we really need to be looking out for these things so that we have time to do something about them. The second major area that we support is in characterizing these objects. We've got to know more about their size. Are they big enough to actually survive impact with the Earth's atmosphere and make it all the way to the surface? Or are they so small that they will burn up in Earth's atmosphere? And also the composition, how far they will penetrate Earth's atmosphere and impact the surface depends on their composition. So we have projects that are learning more about the characteristics of these natural objects. Then we have efforts that work both within the U.S. Interagency, U.S. government, and with our international colleagues to plan what we might do to divert an asteroid in space or be able to react to it if we don't find it soon enough and have to take a hit on the surface. Then we are working on technologies and techniques that could be used to deflect an asteroid in space. And also, again, if we're not able to do that, what needs to be done with the emergency response community to be able to protect the lives and infrastructure at whatever point it may impact. And then finally, we must be able to assess our effectiveness in all these areas. Next slide. So Congress has tasked NASA with the goal of finding all near-Earth objects, asteroids and comets that are 140 meters and larger in size that could come close to Earth over time. 140 meters, that's about the size of a small football stadium. And this is called the George E. Brown Near-Earth Object Survey Goal, named after the chair of the House Science Committee who spawned the interest by Congress for protecting U.S. citizens from this type of natural disaster. According to our studies, we estimate there are about 25,000 near-Earth asteroids, 140 meters and larger, that are out there to be found. But we've only found a little over 10,000 so far. So we're only about 40% complete with this goal after having been tasked back in 2005. At our current rate of discovery, it will take another 30 years to find this population of objects out there, and that's longer than we'd like. So what are we going to do about that? Next slide. So our current ground-based capabilities are only able to look at what we call the area of opposition, the direction opposite from the sun, better known as the night sky. And so they are limited in what they can see out there in the solar system. This is a diagram of the inner solar system, static with the Earth and Venus, and all those dots represent all the hundreds of thousands of asteroids that are in near Earth space. And of course, this all goes around counterclockwise, moving like 100,000 cars on the Beltway. But we have one capability, space-based capability now, called the Near Earth Object Wide Area Infrared Survey Explorer, NEOWISE for short. And it has a very narrow field of view. It wasn't designed to do this mission. It's a repurposed spacecraft. And so it can only see along a very narrow line that is perpendicular to the Earth-Sun line. And so it takes it a full 6 months to be able to cover the entire sky. So we want to develop a much more capable system, which we call the NEO Surveyor, a spacecraft that is specifically designed to find the near-Earth objects. The NEO Surveyor field of regard is, as you see, much broader in space, can look much closer to the sun, and cover this population of objects, asteroids in near-Earth space, both in front of Earth in its orbit and behind the Earth in its orbit, and it covers that area in a period of a month. Over the lifetime of this spacecraft, less than about 10 years, it will then accomplish this goal of finding more than 90% of these 140-meter and larger asteroids. And also, because it operates in the infrared part of the spectrum, it can estimate the size of these objects directly from those measurements, and we don't have to spend more time with other capabilities trying to assess what the size is of these objects. So what would we do if we found an object that was on an impact trajectory with the Earth? Well, we're working on that too. NASA launched last November the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, and this is our first test of a planetary defense capability. The Double Asteroid Redirection Test, or DART mission for short, launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base last November, so it is on its way to its target, the Didymos asteroid system. Now, the DART spacecraft is a relatively small spacecraft that will impact the moon of Didymos and demonstrate this capability of a kinetic impactor to change the orbit of an asteroid. The principle for changing an orbit is you just need to change the velocity at which the object is moving just by less than 1%. And over time, that changes the orbit of the asteroid, about the primary asteroid. So DART has a companion riding along with it, a CubeSat that has been contributed by the Italian Space Agency called LuciaCube, and it will deploy LuciaCube about 10 days before the impact. LuciaCube will follow us in and take images of the impact and of the smaller asteroids, so we know more about its size and composition. So the Didymos binary asteroid system is what we call a eclipsing binary, in that the orbit of the moon is aligned with our view of it here from Earth. So Earth-based observatories can see the change in the brightness of the asteroid as the moon moves in front of and then behind it. So that changes the light curve at a very regular interval, and so that's how we are able to determine what the period of the orbit is right now for the moon. So Earth-based observatories have been observing that for many years, and we understand that quite well. And so DART will impact, and then after the impact, we will again observe the system from these ground-based observatories and see how much we have changed the orbit of Dimorphos from DART. So coming attractions, the impact will occur on the evening of September 26th, and it will be broadcast on NASA TV and other NASA social media. But for a capability like DART to be effective, we must find these objects, asteroids that could be an impact threat to the Earth, several years in advance. Luckily, an asteroid impact is an extremely rare event. And so we do have the time to find all those hazardous asteroids out there. If we enhance our capabilities to find them and continue our efforts to look up. Thank you for your support for planetary defense.
All right, let's give it up for all of our speakers. All right, so I'm about to send y'all on the first break. But before y'all get up, there's a few things you should know. If you're walking around the event and you see folks with a red lanyard, anyone with a red lanyard is a team member or volunteer. You can ask them anything you need, you can ask them, red lanyard, and white lanyards indicate presenters. So don't, ask them questions, but don't harass them, but just say hello, And then black lanyards are y'all, the attendees. So feel free to talk to each other as much as you like. So our first interactive break officially begins right outside the ballroom doors. In this space, you'll find immersive exhibits related to the talks you've heard on stage. Take the time to network with each other. Do anything you need to prepare for another round of incredible talks. This room is going to be closed, so you don't got to go home, but you got to get out of here, take all of your stuff with you, and we'll restart on the next session. So it starts at 11:40. Set your timers. I'll see y'all in a bit. All right, so once again, I'm Ronald Young Jr. This is TEDx Foggy Bottom 2022. For those of you new joining us, for everyone else, welcome back again. And if you're joining us now, we only just started exchanging ideas about how our actions reverberate through the world around us. The second session of the day is titled Reilluminate, and it features speakers who are challenging the status quo and uplifting issues and voices that often go unheard. So once again, we want to remind you, no flash photography, no video. If you do have to take pictures, please try to stay out of the lines of sight in the front, stay in the back. And if people are speaking, try to avoid walking in or coming out. Like if it's me, you guys are fine, y'all are fine, take your seats, it's cool. But if someone else is speaking, just try not to wait till they're done speaking before you leave or come back in. Thank you very much. And before we continue the session, we're going to share a short video with you. Every year, TEDx Foggy Bottom selects a theme that is interactive and designed to engage with our audiences online and offline. Humans on the Street is an opportunity for us to do just that. We go around our community and stop people on the street to ask them how they interpret the theme in the context of their own lives. This year, in light of our Reverb theme, we wanted to know what people have chosen to redo, rethink, or restart.
The pandemic has impacted me probably the most in the way that I see the world. I've been trying to practice a bit more gratefulness for the things that I have.
But I think about my life over the past 2 years and it's really foggy. There's bits and pieces. So I feel like it literally took time from me, but it didn't take my life or my health from me.
I guess I thought it was interesting to see how dramatically things changed in response to the pandemic. And I don't know, usually we see change happen very slowly, incrementally.
In a weird way, it made us closer. It made us closer to our friends from high school because we were all going through the same thing. Yeah. And it made us realize that close people are very important.
Having living in a house, being able to work from home, I think that's a huge privilege given, the inequalities that exist in the world has been, really more visible and more extreme during the pandemic.
I kind of had to lean into this idea of we're here, we're doing it, it's neat, let's keep going. And because there's really no getting out of an environmental situation like that. It's the only way out is through.
A message to my younger self would be you know who you are inside, so just be that person always.
Let every decision be intentional, and that extends to also the people that you choose to share space and share love with.
I feel like I've forced myself a lot out of my bubble recently, and I would have just told my younger self to do that a little faster.
To do things that scare me, because I feel like the things that scare you bring you closer to who you want to be.
Not be so afraid to seize every opportunity and go for opportunities that I don't think I'm qualified for, because you don't know until you try.
I think before we used to be so invested in what's the next goal, what's the next job, what's the next career path.
Both of us.
Yeah.
Very, very career motivated.
Yeah. What's the next degree gonna be? But I think through all this, it's just my next question is now, what's gonna keep you getting a good night's sleep? What's gonna keep you happy and smiling day to day?
Really is the message of not taking things too seriously, taking a step back and really trying to refocus what should be my priorities in life and whether or not that should be work or play.
I think I would tell myself it's okay to rest. I feel like that was hard. Going, and then all of a sudden the world stopped and I didn't know how to navigate that or how to recognize that it's okay to not do something. It taught me to slow down.
So the last thing we're going to ask you to do is kind of write any word you think. So some idea to connect, inspire, whatever you do. Which one would you?
My reverb is to rethink deeply about what we do and how we contribute to humanity.
My reward is to rebuild better. I think it's not just to go back to where we were, but actually increase and make changes.
My reverb is to revive,
to refresh, to reunite,
To restructure.
to reconnect,
To redefine.
to readjust, to recenter,
Realign.
Rewire. Retransition.
rediscover.
to re-explore.
And of course, oh yeah, give it up. And of course, we want to continue to encourage everyone to keep thinking about the ways in which you are going to reverb your life and its society. I should have thought that out more when I was going to say it, but think about your reverbs. We got this. All right, kicking off the next session, we have Dellen Blue Ellington. Dellen is a master's student at Howard University, where they study Washington, D.C.'s Black queer history. They also serve on the board of directors of the Rainbow History Project, a DMV-focused LGBTQ historical society. Please give it up for Dellen.
In our nation's officially recognized history, Black, queer, and trans lives don't matter. A reality due to the systemic erasure that Black and queer bodies face in the media and in history. This does not mean that there are not spaces that Black queer people had to retreat from the hostility of the state, straights, and white queer communities. These places are called Black Queer Space. Hi everyone, I'm Dellen Ellington, as he said. I am a master's student at Howard studying public history, actually a candidate and not student. And I led the 2020 Clubhouse Oral History Project for the Rainbow History Project. Black queer spaces are spaces that are created specifically for Black queer needs when they are not being met elsewhere. They are spaces that are safe and affirming for Black queer people and their full, authentic selves. The supermajority of the people who go to these spaces must be either Black or queer, and these spaces need to have a minimal amount of non-BIPOC and non-LGBTQ influence. If Black queer people are not the primary users of these spaces, then if we cannot exist in them without conflict from whiteness or heteronormativity, then they are not Black queer spaces. Historically, Black queer communities have created their own safe, liberating, and freeing spaces for themselves. The Clubhouse and Enoch Alley Coffee House are two spaces located just miles away from here in Washington, D.C. I believe the former deserves to be a National Historic Landmark, and the latter placement on the National Registry of Historic Places. Black queer spaces are spaces of belonging. And as I talked to Black queer elders, they told me about Clubhouse's Saturday night, where they said it was Black gay heaven, a place for us, serving us, and about us. It was Buckingham Palace for Black queers, where they were the kings and queens of their own court. For many of my Black queer ancestors and elders, it was the only place for them to be their true selves. Located at 1296 Upshur Avenue Northwest, the Clubhouse was a Black queer owned and operated membership-only after-hours club. Opening in May 1975, the Clubhouse was known for its avant-garde music and dancing. Its head DJ, Tito Robinson, helped innovate disco and introduce house music to DC and the world. By the time it closed in May 1990, The Clubhouse helped influence 2 distinct music genres and even the hustle, you know. Do the hustle, that. It was open from 12 to 8 a.m. on weekends, and its 4,000 members were responsible for inviting all who came. Vouching for the wrong person could get a membership revoked by inviting in trouble. But for 15 years, there was no fights or incidences that required police interaction or intervenience. Now that's what I call a safe space. Guests would come into the Clubhouse with backpacks, coats, layering on, only to reveal their real outfits once inside. And the owners of the Clubhouse made it intentionally 16 and up, choosing not to serve alcohol so that Black queer teenagers could have a safe place to go during the time and explore themselves. Everybody and their mama went to the Clubhouse. Straight Black people went on Fridays, the LGBT community went on Saturdays, Howard students went, church folk went, and on Sunday mornings they would leave in their choir robes and their Sunday best. The Clubhouse was a sacred space for many Black gay men who died during the AIDS epidemic. For many, it was the last place they chose to go before dying. As AIDS disproportionately ravaged the Black gay community, the Clubhouse stepped up and fought for its community. They hosted the first African American community forum on HIV and AIDS in the country. Black AIDS organizations such as Us Helping Us were founded there. Early committee meetings for what is now known as DC Black Pride were held there. Have you ever wondered why Black Pride is not in June? It's because it follows the legacy of the Clubhouse's annual invite-only staff appreciation party, Children's Hour. And by all accounts, it was the best party anybody has ever gone to. It was held Memorial Day weekend from 1976 to 1990. And by choosing Memorial Day 1991, DC Black Pride organizers sought to continue the legacy of Black queer people coming internationally to DC for the Black community to commune. If we are going to acknowledge and honor Stonewall National Monument for being the birthplace for gay pride, then shouldn't the place that spawned Black Pride at least have landmark status? If the Clubhouse is where Black queer people went to cope from the stress, anxiety, and trauma of the 1980s, then Enoch Alley Coffee House is where Black queer artists went to commune, collaborate, and share themselves with their peers. Located across DC in a carriage house at 896 I Street Northeast, Enoch Alley Coffee House. Enoch stands for 8th, 9th, I, and K, the streets that border the alley that he lived in. From 1982 to 1988, Ray Melrose, then president of the DC Coalition of Black Gays and Lesbians, opened up the space for culture creators. It is known as the site of the second Harlem Renaissance. Bet you didn't know there was a second one of those. And it was as it became the home and the gathering place nationally for the first generation of openly Black queer writers, artists, and performers. The coffee house is where spoken word poetry was born. The Black queer writers in there sought to write themselves into existence. They sought to prove that their efforts and worth mattered, and their efforts were a rebuke of the assumption that Black queerness didn't exist nor matter. Black queer people sought to create a world for themselves, that their lives mattered, that we belong, we exist, and we are worthy. Legendary Black literary figures Audre Lorde and Essex Henfield were two members of the Coffee House cohort. They helped break down barriers in literature for Black queer people, and their association with the Coffee House should automatically qualify it as a site of significance for already established historical figures, since they were two of the inaugural inductees to the National Wall of LGBTQ Honor. In the 2016 National Park Service theme study, Jeffrey Harris notes the dearth of Black queer history and the sites listed on them. There are currently more than 96,000 sites listed on the National Registry of Historic Places, denoting sites worthy of historic preservation, among other things. And there are 2,600 sites that are National Historic Landmarks, denoting the places that are integral to our nation's historical and cultural fabric. Black queer spaces are spaces of belonging. And to officially recognize Black queer spaces is to officially recognize that Black queer people belong in this country and in this society. Black queer spaces are needed. We deserve to know that we once had places where we could go to escape the gaze of those who sought violence towards us and those who were indifferent about the violence being done to us. Gay Black people need to know we had our spaces to belong, even if it was just for dancing or writing. As a society, we must prioritize the documentation and preservation of Black queer history by looking at Black queer spaces and preserving them for future generations to know the impact that they had on the community. That is why I seek to list the Enoch Alley Coffee House on the National Registry of Historic Places and have the clubhouse become a National Historic Landmark as a testament, monument, and memorial to all the Black queer lives lived in there. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Keep it going for Dylan. All right, our next speaker, Dr. Jessie Myler, serves as the Director of Undergraduate Studies in American University's Department of Environmental Science. Her research focuses on marine ecology and environmental toxicology, and she's currently studying microplastics in the DC area's waterways. We are so excited to welcome Dr. Myler to our stage.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. So I remember the first time that I was looking for microplastics in the field with my students. We were right here in Washington, D.C., down at Fletcher's Cove on the Potomac River. And my students were wearing boots, and they were wading out into the water. They were collecting water and sediment samples in glass jars. Then they took them back to the lab where they analyzed them. They filtered the water, they sieved the sediment, and they looked at the samples under microscopes. Then they counted what they found, and we were shocked, because we found microplastics and microfibers in every sample that we collected. This was an undergraduate environmental science class, and microplastics were just an interesting topic for them to investigate. Today, my colleagues and I have multiple microplastic research studies going on around tributaries to the Chesapeake Bay, and whether we're looking at water or sediment or fish or other organisms, we find microplastics. Plastic's only been around for just over 100 years. People started to see an increase in deposition around 1945. But over the past 40 years, plastic production has quadrupled, and so has our reliance on single-use plastics, a major contributor to microplastics in the environment. So what are microplastics? Well, they're essentially small or even tiny fragments or pieces of plastic. Most of them come from larger plastics that get broken up in the environment, either from sunlight or chemicals or movement against rocks and other things in the environment. The definition of microplastic is any plastic that's smaller than 5 millimeters in size. That's about the size of a pencil eraser. So even though microplastics are so small, they've been shown to be the major component of plastic pollution in the environment. It's hard to believe that just a few years ago, microplastics weren't talked about very much. Of course, we knew they existed, and there was research going on about them, but they weren't covered by the mainstream media, and if you ask someone walking down the street what they were, most people would have no idea. But we're all being exposed to these pollutants. When microplastics exist in the environment, they can be eaten by organisms, and then they can make their way up the food chain that way. One study found microplastics in 85% of fish that were collected. They've also been found in other organisms, like oysters and clams and mussels. And they've been found in other things that we eat regularly too, like salt and sugar, tea bags, meat, alcohol, bottled water, and tap water. Microplastics have been found in the farthest reaches of the Earth, from the tops of the Pyrenees Mountains to the bottom of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean and in Arctic snow. A recent study found nanoplastics, which are even smaller than microplastics, in ice samples collected in Greenland and Antarctica. And the most surprising finding of that study was that the plastics had been there for decades. So we know that microplastics exist in the environment, and we know that organisms and humans are being exposed. So that leads us to wonder, how did they get there and why? Years ago, when I first started looking at microplastics, most of the research was focused on marine environments and organisms. Today, we know that microplastics largely come from the land and from us. It makes sense to focus on oceans because virtually all plastic that originates on land eventually makes its way to the oceans, the ultimate downstream sink. The way that it gets there is from runoff from land into streams and creeks, to rivers and estuaries, and eventually to the oceans. About 92% of all plastic at the ocean surface is microplastic, not larger plastics as people often envision. And most of that plastic is either polypropylene, like the plastic that's found in snack and food containers, or polyethylene, like the plastic in plastic grocery bags. And both of those types of plastics were found in those ice samples in Greenland and Antarctica. As well as another type of plastic too, called polyethylene terephthalate, or PET, which likely came from plastic water bottles and soda bottles. Or maybe from the clothes that we wear, because we seldom think about where our clothes come from and what they're made of, but the reality is that many of the textiles that our clothes are made of are synthetic and derived from petroleum. This includes things like polyester, rayon, nylon, and acrylic. And when we wear these clothes, like our fleece, they shed microfibers into the environment. And when we wash these clothes, they shed microfibers into the water. The water then goes to wastewater treatment plants, where it gets filtered and then released back out into local waterways, usually still containing microfibers and other microplastics. We also know that microplastics can be released from everyday products that we use, like our coffee mugs and baby bottles, our food containers, and they're also shed from our car tires as we drive on roadways. So why should we care? In 2019, the World Health Organization reported that microplastics were ubiquitous in the environment, and that there was evidence that exposure to nano and microplastics was a cause for concern for human health. Harm might come from some of the chemicals that are added to the plastics during the production process, This includes things like bisphenol A or BPA, which is added to some plastics to make them stronger and more resistant to high temperatures, or phthalates, which is added to other plastics to make them more pliable and flexible. And while both of these and other chemicals are added to the plastics for a reason, many of them have been shown to have toxic properties. Both BPA and phthalates have been shown to have endocrine disrupting effects. That means that they can mess up the hormone systems of organisms, including humans. Harm might also come from some of the chemicals that plastics pick up along the way in the environment, things like pesticides and flame retardants. These chemicals have the ability to adsorb or kind of stick onto the plastics as they move through the environment and be carried along that way. We know that most exposure for humans to microplastics comes from ingestion of food and water sources. Last year, a study came out that showed that microplastics were able to cross the human intestinal barrier. And another study showed that they were present in human placentas. Just last month, research demonstrated that polymers from plastics were detected and quantified in human blood collected from the general population. Microplastics also have the ability to be transported long distances in the air, in the wind, and then be redeposited to the Earth's surface through rain and snow. That means that they could land on our farmland, or in our waterways, or even in our backyards. Microfibers in particular have the ability to easily become airborne and can lead to inhalation exposure that way. Just this month, a study showed that microplastics were present in the deepest reaches of human lungs. Scientists estimate that humans are exposed to somewhere between 74,000 and 121,000 microplastic particles every year, either through ingestion or inhalation. But there's still a number of questions that exist about other health effects that might result from exposure to microplastics. Many of these are being investigated now. When we think about all of the different types of plastics, there's room for investigating lots of different things that are going on. Microplastics and plastics in particular can have a number of different kinds of environmental injustice issues associated with them too, when we think about the environmental and the health consequences of them, ranging from manufacturing processes to plastic waste to contributions to climate change. We know that plastic has a really strong tie to climate change, with over 98% of plastic being derived from fossil fuels. Most plastic comes from petroleum, and recently many of the industries have started to turn to using natural gas liquids. Plastic production itself is extremely energy intensive, and plastic waste also contributes to carbon emissions. A recent study found that if the global plastic life cycle was a country, it would be the 5th largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world. People often think that the solution to the plastic problem is recycling. A recent OECD study found that, looking at the global plastic life cycle, prior to our current pandemic, only 9% of plastic waste was actually recycled into new products. That means that the other 91% either ended up in landfills, was incinerated, or moved through the environment. Recycling is simply not possible for all of the variations of plastic that we have, the composite materials, and the sheer volume that we produce. 2 recent studies, one from the National Academy of Sciences and another from researchers at Pew Charitable Trusts, found that multiple strategies will be necessary in order to combat the plastics problem. But the single largest and perhaps easiest solution is to stop using plastic in single-use items. For something that we use once or for such a short period of time to be made out of a material that sticks around in the environment, breaks up into microplastics, and potentially causes so much harm makes absolutely no sense. For most of human history, we existed without single-use plastics. But today, half of all plastic produced is intended for single-use purposes. We need to move away from producing plastic, which makes more microplastics. And that can start with eliminating single-use plastics from our lives. The UN Environment Assembly meeting just last month was a step in the right direction. And change needs to come from every level. Individuals often think that their own actions don't matter as much because they're just one person, but that's simply not true. Because we all contribute to the microplastic problem, and we can all contribute to the solution. The choices we make, how we choose to spend our money and the items we purchase and use, who we talk to about those choices, and how we speak up all matter. We need to think about the life cycle of plastic. We need to work towards creating and using products that are made to last, or at least be folded back into the manufacturing process when they're at the end of their intended lifespan. I firmly believe that this situation is not hopeless. I have never felt hopeless. My greatest hope is in education, and that's why I teach. I teach undergraduate and graduate students. I teach community and outreach groups that want to learn about plastics. I work with students that want to research microplastics. I also teach high school teachers in the region about microplastics, and my colleagues and I have developed curriculum that high school teachers and their students can use in order to investigate how microplastics are interacting with tiny organisms in the Chesapeake Bay. Sharing what we know and explaining why people should care about microplastics is important. We need to reframe our thoughts about plastics. We need to rethink what we really need and be more intentional when it comes to plastic. There is hope in what we do and what we say and the actions that we take that can affect change. We can all be that change. Thank you.
Give it up one more time for Jessie Myler. All right, our next speaker, Ricky Nathanson, is a transgender activist who won a landmark case in Zimbabwe after being arrested for using a female restroom. Today, she works with international advocacy organizations to protect the rights of LGBTQ communities. So just so everyone knows, this is a trigger warning. She'll be discussing some sensitive topics. So feel free to step out if you feel the need to, but please help me in welcoming Ms. Nathanson to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Response? It's so good to be here, and thanks for inviting me and asking me to speak. As has been said earlier on, my name is Ricky Nathanson. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I am a transgender activist from Zimbabwe, currently residing right here in the DMV area and working for Outright Action International. So a bit about myself, the story that was alluded to by our host a little earlier. I come from the country Zimbabwe. Has anyone ever been to Zimbabwe? Have you heard about Zimbabwe? Yes? Okay. Any thoughts? No? Okay, great. So Zimbabwe is generally it's a beautiful country. It's peaceful, a very peaceful nation. But however, it is a country that's steeped in transphobia, homophobia, and patriarchy. And if you couple to that a government that doesn't observe the rule of law and does not observe basic human rights and is rife with corruption, it spells disaster, especially for LGBTIQ people who face the brunt of homophobia and transphobia by a very corrupt system. Unfortunately, I too experienced what it was like to be somebody who was seen to be worse than pigs and dogs as was once said by the President Robert Mugabe. In January of 2014, I was arrested at a hotel of my home city, Bulawayo, and guess what the crime was? For simply using a female restroom and appearing as I do here today. Albeit I'm a bit more glamorous today, but this is pretty much what I look like back in 2014. So I was arrested at gunpoint by 6 police officers, complete with AK-47 rifles, sun visors, treated like a complete criminal. I was loaded into the back of a van, taken to the Bulawayo Central Police Station. And upon arrival, I was told to take my shoes off. I was made to sit on a cold, hard floor. And within a few minutes, I was taken to a side room and made to undress, to strip completely naked in front of 5 male police officers. I still get very emotional when I think about it. I was at the police station for 3 days and 2 nights, under the most horrific and inhumane conditions that a person could imagine. I was placed in a cold, dirty, dark cell, given blankets that were riddled in lice. It was completely pitch dark. There was not a single light in a concrete cell with a steel door. However, I was acquitted after going to court, and being the activist that I am, I decided that it was my right to file a civil suit against the police and the government of Zimbabwe for having violated my constitutional rights. And that is when the harassment began. My cell phone was bugged. Strange cars were following me around town. And on 2 occasions, my home was broken into by security agents. The second time I was home, and needless to say, I was assaulted quite terribly. But then in the December of 2018, I came to New York on business. And while I was here, I got word that they had once again broken into my home. And finding me not there, they went to my office, wanted to know where I was. And when they discovered that I was overseas on business, they demanded to see my itinerary. They wanted to know when I would be coming back home, because they said I was needed for questioning in the president's office, meaning that I was a security risk. That's when I decided to stay in the United States, and that's the reason you see me standing here before you today. But I'm not the only one. Trans people around the world face the brunt of stigma and discrimination, and they are the most vulnerable and marginalized members of societies. In 13 countries around the world, laws prohibiting cross-dressing are used to criminalize trans people. In 37 other countries, laws around morality, vagrancy, and public nuisance are also used to criminalize transgender people. In only 15 countries globally are transgender people allowed to self-identify, are allowed legal gender recognition by self-identification. So you can imagine how difficult it is for somebody not even to have a passport to be able to travel from country to country and not be harassed at airports because you don't look like what your identity document says that you are. Globally, LGBTIQ rights, there is a major pushback for the rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer people at the hands of various actors, from politicians in Zimbabwe, from where I come from, to policymakers right here in the United States. And all of these policymakers stand behind some form of, they claim to be defending something, be it religion, be it family, be it societal norms, be it culture, traditional values, all at the expense and at the hands of the LGBTIQ people. These actors need to look at how best we can address these issues. And then we speak to things like hate crimes. Hate crimes are crimes that are perpetrated against individuals for their basic mere existence. And generally, because of sexual identity, gender identity, or sexual expression. And these crimes are grievous and heinous crimes, such as murder, assault, I just catch my breath. These crimes are heinous. Speaking back to trans people, the trans people are not safe anywhere in the world. The Trans Murder Monitoring Report of last year stated that in 2020, the number of trans people that were murdered across the globe was 350, which represented 6% of the figures of 2019. In 2021, that number had increased by 7% to 375 people. So you can just see how dangerous it is to exist as a transgender person. The most cruel and grievous and inhumane and degrading crime of hate that anybody can face is that of corrective rape. Have we heard of corrective rape? That term is not very common in the United States. No? So corrective rape is perpetrated mainly against lesbians, but also against male identifying trans people and female identifying trans people, where rape is used as a tool against an individual to try and correct a deviant behavior, a perceived deviant behavior, be it a sexual deviance or be it a gender identity deviance, and is very, very common in places like South Africa, Brazil, I would say more so in Africa and Latin America. But those cases are totally underreported for various reasons. Some of the reasons that they're underreported are fear of reprisal by the individuals, fear of not being taken seriously, shame, and it's often turned upon the victims when they go to the police station that they are to blame. They were the ones that were there, they were looking for it. So it really is, it's a miscarriage of justice for those people to go and report those issues to the police and to the authorities. So what do we do? What's the answer? What should we actually do to be able to overcome these atrocities that we face and these injustices that we see? There is nowhere that is safe. And the USA, the United States of America, in which I'm standing, in which I'm now living, in which we all are citizens of, is no different. Speaking again to trans rights vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and we all know that. By the end of 2021, 130 bills had been passed in 33 states across the United States that were restricting the rights of transgender people. So what do we do? How do we overcome that? How do we make this world a better place? If we turn and look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was which is an international document that was passed by the United Nations General Assembly, that document was promulgated to enshrine the basic rights and freedoms of every single human being that is walking this earth, regardless of sex, race, color, creed, and so forth. So, what is the answer? What's the call to action? What do we do? My call to you and my ask to you, the young, upcoming leaders of tomorrow, the movers and shakers that will change the world and be the theory of change, to help overcome the injustices that we have faced as LGBTIQ people is for you to hold states accountable, hold communities accountable, make sure that each and every single one that's a leader, that is in charge of the lives of other people, observes the laws and keeps to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. How do you do that? Research, educate, train, and advocate. Do your homework. Find out what is happening in my university, what is happening in my city, what's happening in my country. But don't just stop there. Look further afield. What's happening in the world? Because all of these synergies affect each other, and it is important that we make sure that we are seen to be doing the right thing. And then stand up and speak up. But don't just pay lip service. Mean what you say. Look for answers. Look for solutions. Every downtrodden, marginalized individual who has been seemingly beaten by the state needs allies that not only speak with, but stand up for the rights of those individuals. And you need to speak in voices that are never loud enough. You should never be able to be shut down. And you also need to ensure that these voices are heard in places that matter, in the corridors of power, and that's where these noises need to be made. And then we'll begin to see, and I'll close by using the words of Mahatma Gandhi, we will become the change we want to see in the world. Thank you very much.
Keep it going for Ricky Nathanson. Our next speaker is Nicole Bibbins-Sadaka. Ms. Bibbins-Sadaka has held numerous positions in non-governmental sectors in the United States and Ecuador, and currently serves as the Executive Vice President of Freedom House. Freedom House is an organization that advances democracy, political freedom, and human rights around the world. Please give Ms. Bibbins-Sadaka a warm welcome to the stage.
Does democracy actually still matter? I get that question all the time. So before I answer that question, let me just pose a few questions back to you. How many of you in the last year or two have gone out to vote, or posted something, a political view on social media, or gone out to worship, or chosen not to worship at all, or have gone out to the streets to protest about something that you feel absolutely passionate about? Yes, me too. Me too. That's the opportunity that we have in a free society. So let me ask this question. What percentage of the world's population do you think lives in a free country? Less than 20%. Less than 20% of the world's population lives in a country that is free, according to Freedom House's most recent report, Freedom in the World. That means that fewer than 1 out of every 5 human beings in the world lives where they can do and practice in certainty those freedoms which I talked about. This map that we'll put up shows the landscape of freedom in the world. The green countries are those countries in which they are free, in which you can practice many of those things, the freedoms that we all enjoy. The yellow ones are partly free, that they're somewhere between fully free and not free, and those purple ones are not free. And what we know about those countries are those things, the right to vote, the right to worship or choose not to worship, that can land you in jail, and sometimes even worse. And what we know also is that freedom around the world is being restricted on a daily basis. if we look in Myanmar, the military takeover has left the freedom of speech, the freedom of expression, the freedom of the press completely devastated. The Taliban takeover in Afghanistan has left the rights of women and girls, ethnic and religious minorities, absolutely devastated as well. And all of us have watched as Russian President Putin and his cronies are seeking every day to restrict the freedoms of the Ukrainian people. It is a lot, and we're seeing it around the world. So how did we get here? Let me roll back the clock to 1945. The world was emerging from the Second World War, trying to wrap our heads around the incomprehensible atrocities that occurred. There were only 12 democracies at that time. If we fast forward to 1973, the year that Freedom House began reporting our freedom in the world scores, what we know is that there were 35 democracies at that time, many of which had just thrown off the yoke of colonial occupation. But then fast forward again to 2002, more than half of the world's countries had a democratic government. There were far more people than ever experiencing freedom. And that trajectory would continue. But what we also know is that trajectory came to a halt in 2006, and it stalled. And what we've seen over the last 16 years is a democratic recession. What that means is that there are more countries and territories in which freedom is being restricted increasingly than there are where freedom is expanding. And what we're seeing in Ukraine absolutely is a threat and an assault on the Ukrainian people, but it is also an assault on democracy and part of a global trend on a threat to global freedom. So how is this happening? We know that authoritarian leaders, anti-democratic leaders around the world are working together more than they ever have. And it's not that they have some global strategy where they align all of their interests, but what they are aligned on, what they do know is that democracy is a threat to their power. You can't hold on with an iron fist if you actually give the voice to the people. So they work together against democracy and against those who are pushing for freedom. At home, they are closing the space for human rights defenders that are advocating for human rights and freedom at home. And they are increasingly now reaching across the borders, reaching into countries, even into democracies, to follow oppositionists, to follow dissidents, to follow political opponents, to harass them, to arrest them, and at some points also kill them. We see them undermining democratic institutions, elections in other democracies. They are working together because they know the more freedom is on the rise, the more they are threatened. But as we're seeing that collaboration among anti-democratic forces, we're also seeing countries that had been democratizing, had been making progress. That progress is stalled, and quite often it's stalled because a leader comes to power, sometimes by democratic means, and instead of serving their people, that leader chooses to undermine and roll back the very institutions that brought them to power. And at the same time, we know in long-standing democracies that they're struggling at home. Here in the United States, we have seen an increase in anti-democratic forces and anti-democratic behavior. And we know the very long struggle for justice for all people in our society is still a very unfinished project. And we know that those challenges are faced by other democracies. Our democratic allies around the world are also struggling at home. And this is the double-edged sword that democracies are facing today. They are both struggling with issues at home, but also looking outside of their country at that threat that is mounting from anti-democratic forces. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's enough to make one a little bit pessimistic, I'll say. But I draw hope when I look back at history, when I roll back to 1945 or even earlier, and I look at those individuals and those movements that have stood up for justice and stood up for democracy and stood up for freedom, whether they were fighting against Nazism or communism or fighting against injustice in so many other countries. And what I see, the courage from those individuals are reflected in the courage that I see in so many places around the world today. I see them in Ukraine and in Venezuela, in Cuba, in Sudan, in so many places where people are taking to the streets to fight for freedom. But what I know is that fight cannot be fought alone by them. And those of us who live in democracies also have to think about what our part is in that struggle. And so it's time for all of us to think that we have to refresh our understanding of why does democracy matter so much? We have to renew our commitment to democracy, and we have to redouble our effort to ensure that freedom is extended to all people in the world. So what does refreshing our understanding of democracy actually means? Democracy is a governing system that is built on political and civil rights. It is the governing system that best protects human rights and human dignity. It is also the best governing system to create a rules-based system to allow for economic prosperity and economic development. And it is also the best governing system to provide the institutions, the checks, and the structure to allow for stability and security around the world. But democracies are not perfect. All of us know that. We all have read the history books. We see where democracies fall short. It is not a perfect governing system. But what we know is that democracies have something that no other governing system in the world has. It has self-correcting mechanisms that are built into the foundations of democracy that allows us to close that gap between those lofty ideals and where democracies are. And what that means is our right to vote, our right to go to the street to protest when there are injustices, our right to have access to our elected officials, the right to have a free and open media that is able to shine a light on government shortcomings or on social problems in a society. That is embedded in democracy, and that doesn't exist in any other system. So even when democracies fall short, they have the very tools for us to get in the game to close that gap between those lofty ideals and the experiences that we have. So as we refresh our understanding of why democracy matters so much, we also have to renew our commitment. We have to renew our commitment because democracy is not an end game. We don't try and then stop. It's also not a spectator sport that we leave to somebody else to do. It is something where we have to recognize that all of us are part of a democracy, and a democracy that will thrive to the extent that we are part of that effort. And we also have to redouble our efforts to make sure that freedom is a reality for all people. It is not something that's to be left to others. So let me just walk through what does redoubling our efforts actually look like. For democratic governments, there is so much work that needs to be done. The starting place is at home. Democratic governments have to make a top priority the strengthening of institutions, the ensuring that we have free and fair and secure and open to everyone an electoral system, to have checks and balances and independent institutions that will allow for the will of the people to be reckoned. We also recognize that democracies can't just turn inward. Democracies have to also be focused and walk and chew gum at the same time. There are no anti-democratic forces outside that will wait until we get our house in order at home. What we have to do is both work at home, but also push back on those anti-democratic forces. And so what does that look like? It means speaking out when we see injustice and anti-democratic behavior overseas. It means supporting with both rhetoric and economic support those governments and those individuals that are making the choice to fight for democracy and freedom. And what it means is choking off the corruption that is fueling the repression of these anti-democratic governments. The other thing which democratic governments need to realize is they have democratic allies in every single country in the world, but they just may not sit in government. They're probably sitting in the street or in hiding or in prison. But there are democratic activists in every single country that are fighting for the same freedoms that we enjoy here on a daily basis. And so democratic governments have to prioritize providing support to those human rights defenders who are on the front lines of a struggle for democracy and human rights. But this is not just an effort for democracies. This is an effort for all of us as individuals that live in democracies. So what do? First and foremost, we get out and vote. But here's my challenge to you. We don't just get out to vote for the person who has our favorite policy on immigration or our policy on education or healthcare. Those are absolutely vital. But let us use our vote for two things: the policies we care about, but shoring up our democracy. Let us vote for candidates who are both going to advance the principles that we want, but also are going to ensure that our democracy stays strong and healthy. Because if we only vote for one, but we vote for people who are going to undermine our democracy, our vote will not last. Secondly, we all have to be activists, freedom activists. What that means is, as we're thinking about those essential freedoms in a democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, we need to ensure that we are protecting them not just for the people we like, but for everybody in our society. Because what we recognize is when those freedoms are strong for all people, our democracy is strong. Lastly, what we need to do is remember that in an interconnected world, our voices do not stop at our borders. We have the opportunity to raise our voices as individuals for those around the world who are pushing for freedom every day. So when I hear the question, does democracy actually even matter anymore? The answer is a resounding yes. If you ask the people of Ukraine and Russia and China and Myanmar and Cuba and Venezuela and Sudan and Ethiopia and anybody who is pushing against injustice and pushing for freedom, yes, democracy matters. There is a lot of work to be done, and I hope that you will join us.
Thank you. Keep it going for Nicole Bibbins-Sadaka. And keep it going for all of our speakers today. Yeah. So we're just about to wrap up session 2. So we're about halfway done, but hold tight. I'm going to give you guys give you all some instructions before you leave. If you're hungry, head across 21st Street and visit Western Market for a bunch of food options, including one of our community partners, Falafel Inc., where you will be able to redeem a free falafel sandwich or an order of Za'atar fries by showing your attendee badge. And if you need help finding someone, ask anyone that has a red lanyard or anyone in a TEDx Foggy Bottom shirt. When you're finished with lunch, you can stop by our interactive exhibits outside the Grand Ballroom. Take pictures of yourselves with the exhibits, your food, your friends. Tweet and tag us using the hashtag FOBO22. That's hashtag FOBO22. You have an opportunity to meet and ask questions from the speakers, so think about which talk you connected with the most. They will be milling around, so feel free to interact with them. As a reminder, the auditorium will be closed. Again, you don't have to go home, but you gotta get out of here and you gotta take all your stuff. So when you get up and leave, bring all your stuff. The auditorium will be closed. And just as a warning for our next session begins with another sensitive topic that we wanted to warn you all about before you exit. The content includes references to sexual violence in schools. So just, if you need to step out, feel free to step out or come in a little later. And we have cool down rooms in USC 307 and 311 if you feel the need to step out. Other than that, I'll see you all back here in the exhibit. I'll see y'all all at the exhibit session and back here at 1:50. The doors open at 1:50. We'll start at 2 p.m. Have a great lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. See, y'all gave me a lunchtime welcome. Welcome back. Come on, yeah, there we go. Yeah, you guys are well fed. We're ready to go. Okay, welcome back to TEDx Foggy Bottom. Once again, I am Ronald Young Jr. I'm your host. In our next session, it's called Redefine. We'll be hearing from speakers who are leading their respective fields in changing perceptions, confronting stereotypes, and reshaping communities. Once again, one brief reminder, let's avoid flash photography, and if someone's speaking, wait for them to finish before you leave or enter into the grand ballroom. And if you do want to take pictures, we ask that you don't use flash or you stand in the back just out of the eye line so you're not blocking anyone from enjoying the talk. And again, there's no food or drink allowed in the ballroom. I don't see anyone eating, so I don't have to embarrass you, but no food or drink allowed in the ballroom. Before we get to the first talk of this session, let's talk to our neighbors again. So what we want to do is, we believe here at TED that these are ideas worth spreading, and we want to give you a chance to practice giving your own little TED Talk. So we want everyone, we're going to get a minute on the clock. Do we have a clock? Can we do a minute on the clock? I'll just count it in my head, it's fine. And we want to give you a chance to practice giving your own. So we want you to turn to the person behind you or next to you, and we want you to think about an idea that's worth spreading, something that you want to tell someone else. This could be a personal philosophy, a short story, an intriguing concept, Game of Thrones theory, whatever you could think of. When I give you the signal, you just have 1 minute to convey the idea to your neighbor. Then I'll stop you, and your neighbor will have the chance to give their own idea back to you. So 2 minutes total. So I'm gonna give everybody a second to think about it. Think about your idea. Think. All right, ready? Give your talks, go. Okay, that feels like a minute. Let's switch. If you weren't giving a talk, now you're receiving a talk. If you weren't talking, give the talk now. All right, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank each other for your TED Talks. Amazing job, everyone. So we know everyone has a lot of good ideas worth spreading. We know y'all have a lot of good ideas worth spreading, and feel free to spread some of those ideas using our hashtag FOBO22. That's hashtag FOBO22, and it might be featured on our Twitter page. Are y'all ready for the next talk? All right. We're going to begin this session with Shivali Patel. For the past few years, she's worked at the National Women's Law Center, an advocacy and legal organization that fights for gender justice. Previously, she worked to protect students' civil rights at the Department of Education. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Patel.
I want to tell you all about the work of one incredible student, Georgia Breitman. Georgia is from Maryland, but when she was in high school, she realized that her school was treating girls and boys sports teams differently. So she fought to secure more resources for her softball team, which in turn benefited the entire community with the new field. Now Georgia is in college at UNC, where she organizes students around petitions and comment drives, urging her school and the US Department of Education to improve responses to campus sexual assault. And while not all of their demands have been met, Georgia has said that when students understand their rights, schools are less likely to violate them. I can't speak to you as a student today because I'm not one, but I do know that this much remains true. We have to do more to create safe and welcoming spaces for all students. I've devoted much of my life to fighting sexual violence and to supporting people who've experienced it. Back in the day, I was a student advocate, a community educator, a hotline counselor, a board member of an organization, and a trial attorney working on these issues. It's really what I spent a lot of my time thinking about. And today I'm a civil rights lawyer with the National Women's Law Center, fighting for justice for student survivors. Because of how long I've been doing this work, I often wonder, what would it take to end sexual violence in schools? Maybe you think about the same thing because of what's happened to someone at your school, or to someone you know or love, or even you. Or you care because we all should. As impossible as it seems, I have to believe that it's possible, especially as a parent of a young kid who's about to enter the school system. I have to believe that the work that so many of us, including students, survivors, and other advocates, that the work we're doing will lead to another reality for students. Where schools are spaces where everyone can learn with safety and dignity and respect, and where everyone works together to change a culture that for so long has tolerated harassment. And frankly, where people make it a priority to prevent it from happening in the first place. And where people who cause harm make amends, learn from their mistakes, and change their behavior. So students could just go to school to learn instead of being traumatized by sexual violence and then further harmed by their school's response or lack thereof. Sexual violence runs deep in our society. And I know that ending it requires a cultural shift and a lot of education. So the law alone won't end sexual violence in schools, but it can be an extremely powerful tool to help us get there. And by the law, I mean through Title IX. For those of you not familiar with this landmark civil rights law, let me give you a primer. Title IX is just 37 words long, but it broadly protects you from sex discrimination in education, including sexual harassment. And Title IX turns 50 this year. Thanks to Title IX, there are more women in college, more women in tenure-track faculty positions, and more female athletes in schools. But sexism in schools persists. Women hold nearly 2/3 of the country's student debt. Girls in women's sports are less resourced than sports for boys and men. States all over the country are passing laws discriminating against students just because they're trans. And sexual violence continues to be a huge problem in our schools, despite Title IX's promise to ensure that schools are welcoming and safe spaces for all students. For decades, it's been the same. At least 1 in 5 to 1 in 4 undergraduate women experience sexual assault, even after survivors all over the world said "Me too," and were demanding accountability. And for LGBTQI+ students, students of color, disabled students, it's worse. And this pandemic we're in has only continued this. During remote learning, students were being harassed in Zoom breakout rooms and on social media. And then when they returned to campus, they entered the red zone. The red zone is that period from the beginning of the fall semester through Thanksgiving break when 50% of campus sexual assaults occur, especially against freshman students. And that red zone doubled because sophomore students were coming to campus for the first time after having spent their first year in remote learning because of the pandemic. So let's not mince words. Sexual violence in schools is an epidemic. Schools are often the first places we experience it, and when we don't address it in schools, students get the message that it's okay or not a big deal or just too messy and complicated to deal with. And then it continues into adulthood and into workplaces. Many years ago, before I became a lawyer, I worked at a rape crisis center as a community educator. And something that really struck me that I think about still today is how there were so many 16, 14, even 11 years old, who didn't need me to explain what sexual harassment and sexual assault were because they had already lived it. At first, some of those students may not have known what to call it, but later realized that the unwanted sexual comments and touches that happened so often in their classes, in their hallway, on their way to school, was sexual harassment. Or that when they were raped by someone who they dated or a close friend, it wasn't their fault, even if it left them feeling confused. And unfortunately, a lot of those students struggled in school because they weren't supported. And the problem is, things haven't changed much since. Survivors are still being pressured to leave school until their rapists graduate. They're struggling to stay involved in school activities and keeping up their grades. They're told not to file complaints or to tell anyone about what happened or else be punished. Just not given support to feel safe and comfortable in school. There was a recent survey by a student survivor advocacy group, Know Your Nine, which found that of the students who reported sexual violence, 27% took a leave of absence, 20% transferred schools, 10% dropped out altogether. And despite all of this, courts have created barriers making it extremely difficult for student survivors to get protections under Title IX. These said barriers allow schools to do less to address sexual harassment of its students than the same sexual harassment of its employees. And they require students to suffer more severe sexual harassment than adult employees before getting help in the courts. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of school employees and administrators who care deeply about preventing sexual harassment and supporting student survivors. And there has been good movement over the years with more enforcement of Title IX. But it hasn't been enough. And so students today are rightfully still frustrated, and they're demanding that their schools do more to protect their rights. And schools can and should do more. They're not just places that get to take your money and offer you classes in return. They have an obligation to ensure that you're protected from discrimination, including sexual harassment. That is what Title IX is for. To live up to Title IX's purpose, schools should have not only the processes, but the culture that would prevent harassment and encourage students to get help. What does that mean? Well, first, schools need to create environments where survivors are listened to and where they feel safe and supported. Everyone, from professors to other school administrators and employees, should have the tools to address harassment when it happens. When students trust and believe that their reports will be taken seriously, we help build more equitable and safer schools. And survivors should be given support to feel comfortable in school no matter where they were assaulted. Because a student who has to face their rapist on campus or in class can face the same trauma and triggers regardless of where the assault occurred. And people who cause harm should be held meaningfully accountable, which can look different in every situation. Survivors also need better protection against retaliation. You might be shocked to know that schools have been punishing students who come forward with reports of sexual assault, sometimes suspending them after disbelieving them. But unfortunately, this doesn't surprise me because of the countless cases I've seen and worked on. In fact, at the National Women's Law Center, I've represented a student in one of the largest school districts in the country, who, when she was 14 years old, was sexually assaulted 3 times at school. And when the school found out, she was interviewed alone with the school police officer who didn't believe her. And so she felt pressured into taking back her statement. Ultimately, the school chose to suspend her instead of support her. In doing this work, advocating for student survivors, I often think about how, when I was a newish attorney years ago, I was sexually harassed by a much older and experienced male colleague at work. And while work became extremely difficult and stressful for me, it was so hard for me to come forward. I was so nervous. Even with my background in survivor advocacy, I was scared. I worried what my colleagues would think. Would they think I was lying and trying to create office drama or making too big of a deal out of it? Would my boss even think it was serious? I remember when I reported Through tears in my boss's office, I told her what was happening to me for months. And she was shocked, but also very supportive and prioritized what I needed, which was to ensure that I would never see, work with, or be near my harasser again, and to have my complaint looked into. And I didn't see or hear from him after, and I felt comfortable and safe at work again. That experience showed me how much of a difference an institution can make by meaningfully supporting its victims. The good news is you don't have to be a student or an attorney or a self-proclaimed advocate to help shift our culture in our schools. We can all do it. And I'll leave you with this slide to learn more information. Thank you.
Keep it going for Shawali Patel. All right, so our next speaker might look familiar to some of you. Dr. Harris Milonas is a GW professor and political scientist. His research focuses on nation and state building, diaspora policies, and political development. He's also the newest editor-in-chief of the academic journal Nationalities Papers. Please assist me in welcoming Harris Milonas to the stage.
Thank you. In the mid-1920s, a young man, Themistocles, was forced to flee his hometown in the Black Sea region and relocate to Greece. His last name was Değirmenci, which means miller in Turkish. Hence my last name, Milonas, which means miller in Greek. He was my paternal grandfather. Themistocles was fluent in Turkish and Pontic Greek, a form of Greek closer to ancient than modern Greek. When he arrived in Greece, it was suggested to him that he change his name. He translated it into Greek, and he did. He was also a Christian Orthodox, and that made him a prime candidate for the obligatory population exchange of 1923 between Greece and Turkey. Themistocles met his wife, Ekaterini, at a refugee village. She was a refugee from Novorossiysk in Russia, the daughter of a Greek merchant and a Russian housewife. Ekaterini only spoke Russian when she arrived in the Greek harbor of Thessaloniki, fleeing the Bolshevik Revolution, which overthrew the Romanov dynasty and put an end to the Russian Empire. My maternal grandfather, Haralampos, was born and raised in the island of Crete. During the Second World War, he fought against Italian fascism on the Albanian front. After the armistice of 1941, he settled in a rural area in northern Greece and married Sophia, another refugee from Pontus, just like Themistocles. The Ottoman authorities, the Ottoman Empire, targeted the Pontic Greek population with exclusionary policies. And the Turkish state continued these policies after it succeeded the Ottoman Empire. These policies ultimately led to the forced deportation of Themistocles and Sophia, and the two families settled in northern Greece. Now, while my grandparents were targeted by exclusionary policies, their children and themselves were targeted by assimilationist ones by the Greek state. My father, after serving in the Greek military as a reserve officer, moved to the town of my mother's hometown, and despite the quite distinct respective backgrounds, they got married 3 years later. My sister and I consider ourselves Greek. Neither of us speaks the languages that our grandparents spoke. Neither of us identifies with any of the subnational ethnic identities that I talked about. We are a living proof of the successful Greek nation building. Greek governing elites pursued and promoted or propagated a Greek national narrative over any other in the country. So, how did this transformation happen? My family history may not be unique, but I think it has already given you a sense of a pretty drastic change that happened around that time. If you were to look at a map of the world in the early 1800s, it would be covered, 3/5 of it would be covered by empires. Empires ruled through dynastic right. Dynastic right maintained a wide gulf between the ruling elites and those governed by them. Now, turning the page to the next map in year 2000, the map is almost completely covered, exclusively covered almost, by nation states. States governed by the ideology of nationalism, establishing equality between members of an imagined community constituting a nation. Now, how did this transformation happen again? Nation building policies were pursued by various nation states in order to homogenize their nations. And in particular, nation building operated as a vaccination against future foreign influence. This foreign influence was particularly pernicious when it was coming from what we can call non-core groups unassimilated to the core group of a nation state. Now, not all non-core groups are problematic, as we will see. But especially the ones that are externally backed are the ones that are warring nation-building elites. So, let me now turn to a story that can help us understand the role of perceptions in identifying fifth columns. But before I do that, I want to also emphasize that not the whole planet has been exposed to nation-building policies, because not all of the governments of the world have had to pursue nation-building. Governments pursued nation-building when they were faced with fluid borders, fierce territorial competition, and enemy-backed groups perceived as undermining the state from within, what we called fifth columns a minute ago. So, while not all fifth columns are actual fifth columns, what matters, I'm going to argue, is the perception of these groups by the ruling elites. So let me take you back 100 years before Themistocles was forced to flee his home country or homeland in the Black Sea region and relocate to Greece. And this story comes from the very early years of the Greek War of Independence against the Ottoman Empire. So, in 1821, the Greek rebels tried to get independence from the empire. The Sultan, Mahmud II, was certain from the very beginning that the Russians were backing this revolt. But he was wrong. How do we know? We know because of classified Ottoman documents that actually demonstrate this. So the Sultan was certain, but the intelligence reports that he was receiving at the time by his own people were assuring him that there was no Russian connection, at least in the beginning. However, the Sultan was certain about this, and he kept on writing so on the side of these reports with handwritten notes, telling them that it's certain that not only the Russians were assisting the Greek rebels, but they were actually provoking the very rebellion. Now, the identity of the leader of the Greek revolt at the time, Alexandros Ypsilantis, was proof enough for this. He was a major general in the Russian army. He was a personal friend of Tsar Alexander, the Russian Tsar. And his father was an Ottoman dignitary who had fled, who had actually defected to Russia. The Russians did everything they could to appease the Sultan and to signal that they were not backing the Greek rebellion. They discharged Ypsilantis from their army, and they also decided to offer help to crush the rebellion. Nothing could appease the Sultan. The reprisals on the Greeks were extensive and brutal. So, as my family history, I think, has made it very clear, nation building is not a one-size-fits-all process. So what determines whether a group is going to be targeted with exclusion or assimilation? When a group has no external links, it's very likely to be targeted with assimilationist policies, such as mass schooling with national content or military conscription, just like the ones my family experienced in Greece. When a group is backed by an allied power, an allied external actor, it's very likely that it will be accommodated through minority rights. The logic here being that the cost of accommodating the group is lower than the benefits you get from the alliance with the external actor. Finally, revisionist elites who are interested in changing the international order are going to pursue exclusionary policies when they're faced with enemy-backed groups. You all remember that that was the way that my Pontic Greek ancestors were treated. So that's an example of that. Now, you may be wondering, sitting here, why all this should matter to you. It should matter, because it does matter actually, because nation building is not a thing of the past. We're going to experience a lot more nation building in the future. And here is why. First, many parts of the world, as I indicated earlier, have not gone through nation building, which means that they may have new cycles of nation building in the future. Either because their elites, as I said, did not have enough incentives to actually pursue nation building, or because they pursued nation building but they were just unsuccessful. Think of the thousands of unassimilated groups in the world that actually live in just about 200 countries. This mismatch between the number of unassimilated groups and the number of countries in the world involves important conflict potential. Second, we're destined to see a lot more nation building in relation to the proliferation of dual nationality policies around the world. The recent accusations of dual loyalties are a case in point. The risk of diasporic communities being targeted or perceived as security threats is real. Finally, global inequalities and climate change is sure to increase migration flows, are sure to increase migration flows. Now, in turn, this means we're going to see a lot more unassimilated migrant groups around the world. And this will spur new cycles of nation building. So you may be wondering, what can we do? If we want to promote multicultural arrangements, and we want governments to adopt multicultural arrangements, we need to foster interstate alliances through regional integration schemes, open trade, and international institutions. To prevent exclusionary policies, the United Nations Security Council and the international community at large should uphold the principle of territorial integrity. This is one way to minimize external interference, since it will look like it's futile or ineffective to aspiring external backers. Now, you may be wondering, what can we do with groups that are already at risk, and multiple are today? If a government wants to support the group already at risk, it needs to be particularly cautious if that group resides in a rival country. Remember the theory earlier. To avoid exclusionary policies, it needs to be fully determined and act fast and decisively. Finally, and counterintuitively, if we want to improve relations between core and non-core groups within one country, we must first focus on improving relations between countries. Drawing from the traumatic experiences of Charalampos and Sophia, Themistocles and Ekaterini, I tried to share some ideas, and I think I did share some ideas, about the origins and the logic of nation building. I also tried to explain what's the impact of nation building on our sense of identity. But also, at an aggregate level, I tried to point to the ways that nation building has affected the world around us, namely, the contemporary nation-state system is a product of nation building. Lastly, I tried to recommend some ways to avert exclusionary policies in the future. As the international system, as the architecture of the post-World War II order is being challenged today, these ideas, I believe, are worth spreading.
Let's keep it going for Dr. Milones. All right, moving right along. Our next speaker is Annie Ray. Ms. Ray was born into a family of musical performers and educators. Today, she works as a music teacher in Fairfax County and has created a music initiative for students in the Cat B program, which serves students with severe developmental or intellectual disabilities. Let's give Ms. Ray a warm welcome to the stage.
You know that moment right before an orchestra is about to start playing? There's that clamor and commotion of sound as the musicians bring their instruments into tune. As an orchestra director in the spring of 2020, that is the sound that filled each of my days. The noise of youth, but also the noise of becoming. Until one day we were no longer becoming because the noise had all stopped. And as I walked into my orchestra classroom, there was no clamor and there was no commotion. There was simply a sea of empty black boxes staring back at me on a computer screen, waiting for me to tell them how to make music when the world had gone quiet. And my main form of communication with them was a 2x2 Google Meet chat box. Now, I'm not here today to tell you about how music teachers kept being music teachers in the era of Zoom education. The long story short of it, I learned to adapt, and the students learned how to adapt, and we all just, well, adapted. But I am here today to tell you about how I discovered unexpected musicians and rediscovered how music has the power to draw beauty out of the silence and unexpected sources. It's about how music education is so much more than the notes and rhythms on a page, and it's about how these new musicians teach me every day more than I will ever teach them, and completely redefine success for a program. But sometimes it takes the world going quiet for us to hear the new voices. I first discovered one of these new voices when I was on one of my pandemic adaptations routines. I would routinely go through the halls of the school and walk because, full disclosure, I had been hired at this high school right at the beginning of our year of online learning, so I never met any of the students in person. One day on one of these walks, let's be honest, waddles, I was extremely pregnant at the time. The silence I'd become accustomed to was shattered by the voices of our CAPB students who were coming back to school. Now, CAPB is a short term we use to describe students in our Category B Special Education Department, or students who have significant or severe developmental disabilities, many of them having limited verbal communication or are nonverbal altogether. These students typically aren't in your mainstream general education classrooms, and they're not in an elective like orchestra typically. But I had heard of one or two CAPB orchestras popping up around the country, and as I listened to their voices fill the halls with the sounds of becoming again, I thought to myself, well, there's no better time than to start our own. After weeks of talking to teachers, administrators, parents, we were ready to begin. But as I sat there waiting for them to come down the hall to my classroom, I started thinking to myself, what on earth are you doing? You're not a special education teacher. You don't know anything about their individual diagnosis, their adaptations. You know nothing. I've grown up in the United States my entire life, where I think we tend to view success as this never-growing ladder climb. And failure isn't falling down to the bottom of that ladder. No, failure is often seen as a simple slip of the foot. And so as I was waiting for those students to come down, I was worried about the slip of my foot. But I took a chance, and because of that, I can bring to you today not my story, but the story of three others, Dean, Max, and Kevin, who all in their own unique ways showed me that success is not this ever treacherous ladder climb. No, success is simply doing something that you haven't done before. And it's the joy in that which we should celebrate. Meet Dean. Now, many would underestimate Dean at first. Dean is in a wheelchair, he is nonverbal, and falls asleep often in class. But Dean completely redefined what success meant to me. Music can come from anyone, anywhere. You just have to be willing to give them a voice. To give you a little bit of idea of the scope and sequence of my orchestra class, I started off with these squares of gauzy fabric called music movement scarves, where the students learned how to follow different symbols I put on the board, and I would give them egg shakers, which are like maracas and egg forms, where they learned how to start and stop sound together. Now, unlike the other CAPB students who were very excited to show off their music scarf compositions, Dean was not into it, and he dropped the egg shaker and would just watch it roll away. I brought out these cardboard instruments next for the kids where they got to experiment with how to get their instrument out of the locker, how to take care of something nice, and how to not injure the instrument at all. But Dean quickly sent that one sailing across the room when he was in need of a break. Things weren't going super well, but I reached into my teacher tool belt and I brought out a familiar tool, one that we all know, the sticky note. And I drew different symbols that we were learning on there, and I created a word wall for Dean, which he uses to help communicate. And with this word wall, he's able to identify 100% of the time if sounds are high or low, fast or slow, and various music notation. Emboldened by Dean's engagement, I decided to take the next step and bring out a real instrument for him. After all, success does not happen without a chance. And so I took out a violin, I strapped it to a music stand, and I took all the strings off but one. And when we opened that case, we found Dean's success. He's awake, he's engaged, he's excited to get his instrument out of the locker and hold it tight in his lap. He's plucking along with his peers and reading music notation. Thinking about Dean's success and what he was working on, I thought back to when I was teaching fully online with my gen ed students. I remember I didn't know any of them at all, and so I'd ask them questions on their homework assignments to try to get an idea of who they were. And so I asked them one day, do you identify as a musician? And most of them said no, because I'm not very good. And I realized in that moment that we were failing as music educators if that's what they thought being a musician was. See, classical music is becoming this increasingly inaccessible art form reserved only for those who can purchase a symphony ticket, wear black tie, and sit quiet for entirely too long. But it wasn't always this way. Like chamber music, for example, used to just be when people would get together and anyone would pick any line of music with any instrument and jam. There wasn't this hard line of right or wrong. And because of this, most students don't feel worthy of the title of being a musician. They're much more likely to identify as a student athlete or a math whiz than a musician. And I think that's because music is so hard to quantify. There's no regularly scheduled next game or math test to ace. The joy and the meaning cannot come simply from the end result. It has to come from the progress we make when we are musicking. Musicking being the act of making music. Musicking is not new to any of us. We can all music, and we all still can music. Every child walks around humming their own little made-up tunes, and many of you actually probably still do today, whether you're singing in the shower or driving along in the car and humming to the radio or tapping a pencil. But because this pencil tapping and shower singing isn't a part of a string quartet, we forget that we can and we do all music. And this is what the CAT-B students remind us to slow down and appreciate. And this is what the CAT-B students remind us music teachers what we're actually trying to teach. Ian is musicking when he's plucking along with, to a beat with his peers and engaging those fine motor skills. His success is hearing the highs and lows, fast and slows, and engaging with me in the creation of sound. Success looks different for Dean. It looks different for everyone. Meet Max. Max puts a smile on my face every day he's in my orchestra classroom. He routinely comes in and sits crisscross in his chair and mirrors everything I do with a grin and a wave. But while Max was always happy to be in my orchestra classroom, he needed someone sitting next to him at all time, prompting him to follow each step, each instruction, even though he definitely knew the materials. Until one day he got up on his own and he went and got his instrument and unpacked it without a single prompt from us, all while knocking music stands over in his path. Many people ask me, what pieces are these CAT-B students working on in class? And I understand the impulse to think that there has to be this greater end goal where they put on this polished, perfected piece at the end of the year. And while they are performing with their Janet peers on stage in May, that's not what CAT-B music is, nor what it's for. It's about the musicking. It's about the in-betweens. And Max shows us what those in-betweens look like. These students are practicing those fine and gross motor skills with their individually modified instruments. They're practicing reading these multi-step symbols and following multi-step instructions, just like they would have to learn how to read a stop sign or learn instructions on how to do a job. And they learn to do so independently. Through CAT-B Orchestra, Max earned confidence. Max found his voice in the same way that Dean did, plucking along and engaging with his peers on a level that they had never done before. And these are the same lessons that are being taught every day to every student in every music classroom. Being a musician looks different for Max, and it looks different for everyone. Meet Kevin. Now, when Kevin first entered my classroom, let me tell you, he was not having it. He did not like the fact that his routine had been thrown off. He was scowling. He was not ready for the day. So I brought out the instruments to introduce them to everybody, and I started playing them. And when I got to the cello, Kevin's eyes grew wide, and he started saying, "Me." So I said, okay, well, why not? And I gave him the cello, and he ripped the bow out of my hand, and he started bowing back and forth. And this student, he's usually so sensitive to new sounds, tilted his ear to the cello, and his eyes started tearing up with tears of joy. Now, Kevin reminds us that music is unique because it meets every person where they're at. It is individual to them, as long as you're willing to be brave enough to experience discomfort and be vulnerable to the process. Musicking is one of our great equalizers. We can all engage in the sacrifice to hear each of the notes, and we can all create, even if our creations are different. It makes us human. Kevin's cello has changed what every day will look like for him. When students age out of the CAT-B program at the age of 22, they're either moved on to post-secondary services to continue to work on life skills, or they transition to a career center where they can start working towards the workforce. Kevin's family was told it was probably best for him to continue working on post-secondary services. But at the end of the school year when he graduates, we're working for a way for him to come back as my instructional assistant and have the chance for an independent job he was originally told was not the best fit for him. Kevin's music education journey looks different for him, and music education should be for everyone. We're back to complete in-person learning this year, and thankfully, and we're working with our students, and I asked them to help me create a recruitment video for our rising 9th grade students. And I asked them to pick a word that reminded them of orchestra. And not a single student chose a single word that had anything to do with Beethoven or tone production or how they just love playing scales. But instead, they said memorable. They said exciting. They said a stress reliever. They said family. And these are the same in our culture. And these answers give me hope that we're doing something right again as music educators, because we're teaching musicking. As a society, we must reconfigure how we define success. And our music education classroom is a sanctuary in the school where this work is already happening. Our classrooms are where students are taught perseverance and how to sit with the discomfort of not being good at something right away. Something as a culture I don't think we're willing to accept a lot of the times. Our classrooms are where the in-betweens come to life and are celebrated, as long as we're willing to slow down and be a part of the musicking. And these answers are the same for the CAPB students. I asked Kevin one day how playing his cello was going, and his answer had nothing to do about the new note he had just learned how to play. But instead, he said, "I feel happy." Thank you.
Great job. Let's keep it going for Annie Ray. All right, before we get to our next speaker, we just want to remind everyone to silence your cell phones. If you have them, just pull them out right now. Make sure they're on silence. Not gonna call nobody out, but we heard a couple notifications, so just make sure they're all silent. All right, our next speaker, Dr. Linnell Plummer, is the CEO of Onyx Therapy Group, which was founded in 2013 and specializes in providing therapy for Black and LGBTQ communities. She's also a military veteran, and we thank her for her service. Please give a warm welcome for Dr. Plummer.
Hey, thank you. Hey, y'all. Isn't it crazy how all of my childhood report cards said Linnell talks too much? And here I am on stage talking again. Hey, y'all. No, but seriously, isn't it interesting how somebody will see something in us and call it a flaw, call it a problem, wanting to suppress it and put it off to the side, right? Because they don't see the greatness in it. They don't see the gift in it. They don't see the talent in it. But not today. Here I stand in front of you, the extraordinary, the talented, the gifted Dr. Linnell Plummer. But the truth is, I haven't always felt that way. As a child, I was full of insecurities. I used to love reading books and sharing my thoughts and raising my hand when a question was asked. But I also recognized that I didn't quite fit in. There was something that was a little different about me, something that the people wanted to put off to the side. Maybe because they didn't quite understand me. Maybe because they didn't understand themselves. And subsequently, they projected onto me. They gaslit, if you will, right? But I'm not the only one. I'm sure there's many of us in here that didn't quite fit in, where somebody told us that we have to be different, do something different, put ourselves to the side. Maybe they said we were too much, right? Too brown, not coming from the right neighborhoods, not having the right family structure, right? Not having the right education background. But in reality, it was just that they didn't understand. But it wasn't just one or two people that did that. It was a whole society that did that. A whole society that told us that we were too much of something. And subsequently, because of that judgment, because of that confusion, we put our true selves to the side. And we created these false identities to fit in, these false identities so that we could avoid judgment. Because judgment isn't just an emotion. It isn't just a thought. It isn't just an experience. It's the thing that weaves itself into our very essence, and we forget who we are, right? And subsequently, that's traumatic. That is trauma, y'all. That is trauma. It was trauma. We were part of trauma. And you may say, okay, Doc, so what we gonna do about it? Well, don't worry, I got you. I'm gonna tell you today, don't worry. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is to redefine ourselves, because isn't that why we're here today? That reverb, we are redefining our identity today. And we got a little clear path ahead of us because our ancestors already came through and cleared out some of that bush, right? And so now we get to just stand into the trueness of who we are. So as we do that, let's explore a couple key emotions that happens during redefinition. And then we're gonna explore a couple key clinical elements that happen during this redefinition. And then I'm gonna leave you with some tips. The first emotion is grief. There's parts of ourselves that we are gonna lose during this process. There's parts of ourselves that we used to be comfortable with but no longer fit. There's the calluses that put on us by socialization that will no longer fit and no longer be there. There are people that were in our lives based off of our old identity that won't fit anymore in our new space. And so we're gonna grieve. We're gonna lose something. We're gonna feel it, right? That second emotion is confusion. Because after you remove that callus from yourself, you're gonna sit there and say, well, who am I? Who am I supposed to be? Who am I designed to be, and how do I even get there? So we experience that confusion. But that last emotion, that's hope. It's the hope to know that you can finally become who you want it to be. Today is the day that you get to be who you've always wanted to be. And there's a process to get there, but there's that hope that keeps us there, positive and motivated. And as we switch from these emotions and we go into the clinical elements, let's explore a couple of them. There's the core beliefs. These are beliefs that we got accustomed to in our childhood. The things that people told us that we were. The things that people told us we should be. They told us how to act, when to be, when to act proud, and when to put it to the side. Subsequently, we internalized those core beliefs, and it taught us how to see ourselves, how to see others, how to see the world. And subsequently, some of those core beliefs became cognitive distortions. That second element is suppression and repression. This is the Freudian term for denial. Denying yourself, putting yourself to the side. Now, the suppression and repression are clinical terms that are talking about whether you deny yourself consciously, subconsciously, or unconsciously, but it's there. That last term is emotional defenses. Don't act like y'all don't know. Everybody that took Psychology 101 knows Freud's psychology, emotional defenses, such as intellectualization or rationalization. This is when we intellectualize or we rationalize why it has been okay to deny our authentic self, right? And that becomes a problem in itself. And so now we get to the point of, so what are we gonna do about it? We know these emotions, grief, confusion, hope. We know these core clinical elements, core beliefs, suppression and repression, and emotional defenses. And now let's get to the work. The first thing we're gonna do as we are redefining ourselves is connected to our source. Ashe. We are here for a purpose. Our ancestors have designed for us to be here for a reason. They gave us certain sensitivities, certain emotional traits, certain personality traits, certain characteristics, even down to the way they designed our bodies, our height, our voice is all part of a package, part of the gift, part of our true identity. So we go to the source and we ask the source, what do you want from me? How am I supposed to do this? What is my gift? Clear my confusion and show me what my true identity is. That second piece is that we are going to study ourselves. Here we are at George Washington University. So many universities around us. Shout out to Howard University, HU. All right. So many different universities. So many of us study all the time. We study these degrees. We study for certificates. We study people. We study our bosses. We study up. We study down, right? We're always studying everything around us, but not taking a fraction of that time to study ourselves. Who are you? Why are you this way? What is good? What needs to be released a little bit? What do I enjoy? Why am I sensitive when they said this or they said that? We got to study ourselves. We got to spend that time alone with just ourselves. That same effort you put into getting that good grade, put that same effort into yourself, right? And you may say, how am I going to study myself? What am I going to do? Well, you're going to first get in contact with your 5 senses. You all remember the 5 senses from 4th grade, right? Hear, oh, y'all don't remember? Y'all remember. Hear, taste, right? Touch, feel. What are you sensitive about? Because that's part of your personality. That's part of why you're here. That's part of your gift. That's what we're supposed to be doing, right? So we have this connecting with our source. We have this studying ourselves through these sensitivities. We have this idea of just being and redefining and learning ourselves. I feel good? All right, good, because that's really all I have to say. No, but seriously, before I get off the stage, I do want you to do your very best to redefine yourself and to study yourself and get connected with who you are. I had the beautiful journey of doing such as well. And I want to leave you with the idea that when you are going through this process of redefinition, it is a journey. There are going to be mountains and there's going to be valleys. There's going to be highs and there's going to be lows. And in that process, you are going to be trailblazing the creation of the new you, the redefinition of the new you. And anytime we trailblaze, we walk paths that have not been there. And subsequently, we may get scratched by a branch. We may accidentally run into a tree. We may fall into a ditch. It may get dark and we don't know what we see around us. But equally so, when you are trailblazing, you get the opportunity to see flowers that have never been seen. And you get the opportunity to see trees that have never been touched and step into ponds and rivers that have not ever been touched either. And most importantly, you get to see this new light, the sun in a different way, an illumination. And you get to be the new light. Don't worry about me, y'all. The truth is, I'm done here. But I am going to really go on LinkedIn and research all those old teachers who told me I talk too much and let them know what I'm doing today. Thank you so much, Ashe.
That was excellent, excellent, wonderful, wonderful. Keep it going for Dr. Plummer. Almost had me out of my chair back there. All right. That's it for our third session. Let's keep it going for all of our speakers. Give it up one more time. And before I let you go, if you're still hungry or if you need an afternoon dose of caffeine, head back over to Western Market. As you leave, you can head over to our exhibits like Global Giving. Global Giving is a top-rated nonprofit that accelerates community-led change around the world. To learn more, please visit globalgiving.org, or better yet, go by the Global Giving booth in room 301. The auditorium, once again, will be closed during the break. You don't got to go home, but you got to get out of here, and you have to take all of your stuff. Take it all with you. But we'll be back at 3:50, so we'll see you soon. Thank you. I said welcome back. All right. So for some of you, it's been a long day, but not quite as long as the members of the TEDx Foggy Bottom board members, as the more board members of TEDx Foggy Bottom. So we're going to bring them up here so they can say thank you. Come on up.
Hi everyone, my name is Corinne and I'm the curator for TEDx Foggy Bottom. I want to thank you all so much for being here. Our team has worked not only for the past year, but truly for the past 2 years to put on our first in-person event since COVID. And so really thank you to all for coming, for being enthusiastic, and for showing support for our amazing e-board and amazing team.
Hello, my name is Adam Esrig. I am the community director for TEDx Foggy Bottom this year. I just want to take this time to thank all of our community partners who will be on the screen right here. Without them, this event wouldn't be possible. The lovely attendee bags that you are holding would not exist. So we really appreciate their support and the support of the community. It really means a lot to our event.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm the experience director, and I just wanted to thank our wonderful exhibit partners, America's Promise, Global Giving, Story District, and Wanda for our awesome interactive exhibits, and we really hope you got to connect with these nonprofits in the area, and also wanted to thank our team of volunteers that help us for the event.
Hi, I'm Carrie Finnegan. I'm this year's content director, and I just wanted to thank, first off, our amazing videography team in the back, 5 O'Clock Films and Media. They've been live streaming and recording our talks all day, and they've been doing a great job. Secondly, I just want to thank our amazing speakers this year. They have amazing talks, and they're incredible, and we're so happy to have you. And lastly, I want to thank our amazing host, Ronald Young Jr. He's doing a great job all day, and we love him.
Hi everyone, my name is Lydia Obi. I am the design director. We put a lot of efforts into the graphics, the videos, and the stage design that you see right now, and I am very pleased and thankful to everyone whose contributions it's helped. Special thank you and shout out to the USC Events and Venue, particularly our mentors and tech assistant, Kramer and Mike. Thank you so much for your help in putting on this event.
Hi everybody, my name is Ignacio. I am the operations director. I would like to thank the entire team who assisted in putting this event together. Without all of their sacrifices throughout the entire year, this event would have not been possible, and throughout their entire assistance today. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the TEDx Foggy Bottom team for 2022.
Oh, do you want to go?
So again, thank you to the entire team. All your hard work and sacrifice all year was amazing. And with that, we can turn it back to our amazing host to start off session 4.
Give it up one more time for the team. And I also want to say thank you for inviting me to host this. This has been great. How many of y'all ready for this last session? Yeah. All right. You guys, I need everyone to be have more energy. We're at the end of the day, but we got a lot of speakers coming, so keep that same energy when they get up here, all right? Our last session is called Reconnect. Our speakers ask, how do we interact with the people around us? How do we build communities that have room for everyone in them? How do we improve our relationships with ourselves? Our first speaker is Dr. Tamara Henry. Dr. Henry serves as a teaching associate professor in GW's Department of Prevention and Community Health. She previously spent over a decade in the New Jersey and Maryland health departments. She's also worked in South Africa and her home country of Jamaica on issues of Good? Okay. All right. Got one more. All right. How many of y'all having a good time out there? All right, great. Okay, so we just want to make sure that everybody had a chance to go look at our exhibits across the hall. We have Global Giving, WANDA, and America's Promise Alliance. So if you didn't have a chance, I believe it's in room 302. Nope, 301, USC 301. And how many of y'all have Twitter? Anyone? Yeah, if you jump on there, look at the hashtag FOBO22, you could see all of the posts from today. Lots of exciting and cool stuff on there. And if you want to post about the event today, you can put that on there and it might show up on the Twitter. So let's get some audience demographics. Who here is from the DMV? Anybody? Make some, okay, don't raise your hands, like make some noise. Okay. And who's from the West Coast? Anybody from the West Coast? Yeah. Wow, there's less of them and they make more noise than the DMV. What about the East Coast? Anybody from overseas? Yeah, all right. Anybody from America's Canada? That was a joke. I love Canada. I'm sorry. I did not mean to offend, but yeah, Canada's great. Okay. What? Oh, I messed up. I messed up, right? The flyover states. I'm sorry. Midwest. Y'all out here? Yeah. All right. And the dirty South. Yeah. There you are. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Is anyone from Alaska? I don't want to leave y'all out. Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico. All right. I don't want to leave out territories. Guam. We out here. Rep yourselves if you have to. Okay, all right. That was all introduction. That was all part of the plan. Our first speaker is Dr. Tamara Henry. Dr. Henry serves as a teaching associate professor in GW's Department of Prevention and Community Health. She previously spent over a decade in the New Jersey and Maryland health departments. She's also worked in South Africa and her home country of Jamaica on issues of HIV and sexuality. Let's give Dr. Henry a warm welcome to our stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy and pleased to see all of your faces. What is this thing called public health you plan to study? Asked my Jamaican parents. You know how that is. I responded, but almost 20 years later, it took 20 years for them to get it. My father is now a self-proclaimed amateur epidemiologist, and my mother is a contact tracer for our small town in New Jersey. This is funny to me because it took COVID for people to finally understand what public health is. And to some extent, to understand the disparities in our country as evidenced by public health. However, public health professionals always understood what these disparities meant in the grand scheme of things. Public health seeks to not only address the individual, but to also address all dimensions of wellness for human beings. Public health seeks to serve our vulnerable populations, and those are inclusive of children, the elderly, persons living with disabilities, as well as returning citizens and others. More importantly, public health strives to prevent disease and prolong the lives of individuals. But at its core, public health is a social justice movement. One who fully understands public health would characterize public health as social problems. Think of it as social problems that can be predicted by the inequality and injustices that are currently in our society. Health disparities come from those broader inequities where we see a disproportionate number of people who are overrepresenting a particular disease. But contrary to popular belief, our adverse health outcomes aren't by our individual behaviors. Instead, the social determinants of health are what really impacts one's health outcomes. Those are the factors where people live, work, and play, their built environment that they're born into, as well as the distribution of wealth and resources in our society. Life expectancy in the United States is contingent upon one's income, education, and race. And that is not unique to just the DC area. This is across the United States that life expectancy is a challenge for people. When you look at this slide, you'll note that there is a 9-year difference in terms of how long an individual lives in the DC, Maryland, and Virginia area. Just based on that address, you can live till 75, or you can live till 81.3. And that's all contingent upon one's location. When we look at the impact of COVID, a number of vulnerable populations were affected. The populations I'd like to focus on today are our children, particularly children in under-resourced schools, as well as our suddenly essential employees. Our children were told, as well as the adults, at the beginning of the pandemic to shelter in place, do not return to work. Life as we know it has come to an end. This virus is real. And the school system sent our children home with laptops and iPads, but did not take into consideration what the home may have been like, and did not take into consideration that these children may not have had access to broadband or internet. What we found out very shortly, before the pandemic, we learned that students did not have access to internet, therefore there was a digital divide created in terms of learning. Children who ate at school on a regular basis were even more food insecure because they were not able to get the meals that they needed when they were at home now, sheltering in place. Children with learning disabilities and special needs were unable to get the education that they needed because their parents were ill-equipped to educate them. All of these things further exacerbate our disparities in the United States, and it took COVID for us to see that. As we turn to our essential employees, it's amazing to me how persons that stayed off the radar for a number of years have now become essential. Our bus drivers, our postal workers, our sanitation workers, persons who worked in retail at the Costco and Sam's Club, and all of these places that we use on a daily basis and often overlook those individuals every day are now essential. Black and Latinx populations are the persons who overrepresent our essential employees. In addition, those are the very same people who often succumbed to COVID as a result of their essential services. So here it is, these individuals work tirelessly and effortlessly every day to serve us. They become essential during a pandemic where they've never been seen by us on a daily basis, and they succumb to the virus. Public health professionals knew that this would happen. We understand how disparities work in the United States. We understand the racial perspective of health disparities, and we believe that health is a human right, so this cannot be tolerated. And the goal is for all of us collectively to see what is happening as a result of COVID being here and do something about it. From an individual level perspective as it relates to health, we also learned that essential workers suffered from the most mental health issues, meaning that anxiety and depressive disorders increased exponentially during COVID for our essential workers. We saw more essential workers begin to abuse substances, as well as try them for the first time during the pandemic. We also learned that suicidal ideation increased by a percentage that was significant during that time. And this is important because when we think about the manifestations of loss of income, job loss, as well as this idea of isolation, when you can't really isolate properly the way we were ordered to isolate when there are these other factors that are inclusive. As we veer from our essential workers and look at the general population and COVID's effects on the general population, we also learned through a Kaiser Family Foundation study that in 2020, 45% of Americans said that COVID negatively impacted their mental health by increasing their anxiety. People were fearful of this disease, they didn't know who they would give it to, and really struggled with what this meant for them in the long haul. Moreover, persons who are Black and Latinx are less likely to access these services because of provider bias, because of the stigma around mental health, as well as the socioeconomic component of trying to procure mental health services. So only 1 in 3 access these services compared to 43% of white people. Second, substance use disorder has been on a rise, and it was steadily inclining. But during the pandemic, we saw a 28% increase in overdose deaths, specifically as it relates to opioids. And in DC alone, we had a 178% increase in overdose deaths. I want you to consider why people use substances to begin with. It's often a coping mechanism around an unaddressed mental health issue. So they go hand in hand, substance use disorder and a mental health condition. Which takes me to the third health issue, that of suicide and suicidal ideation. While suicide decreased at about 3% during the pandemic, it increased for Black males, Alaska Native, American Indian, and Hispanic males. So it's gone up in that particular cohort. And it's something that we need to pay attention to. So as we grapple with our new normal and coming out of COVID, whatever that means to us at this point, I really believe that COVID came to serve a purpose for us. I believe that COVID came to us so that we could finally acknowledge the blatant disparities and structural inequalities in our country. I believe that COVID came to us so that we could fully see how every single part of our lives intersect with public health, right? Whether we want to believe it or not, everything is related to public health. I believe that the 987,000 people that died as a result of COVID was not in vain. There were many of us, some even in this audience, that showed us what empathy looks like, that put their lives on the line to serve others. And at the end of the day, I believe that this empathy was real, and it showed us collectively how we were stronger together. So if we take a step back and reimagine what the world could look like in COVID if resources were equitably distributed. Let's reimagine a world where education was not based on your zip code and it was quality education for everybody. Let's reimagine a world where your tax base didn't dictate your lot in life. Some think it's a ridiculous notion, say it could never happen. I say, why not? What camp do you fall into? I know for a fact that public health is here to stay. It is mainstream. Public health has gone mainstream. It cannot be denied. However, I do believe that we need people like you who will be at the helm for our next public health challenge. You are the generation who will rewrite policies and run for elective office. You are the generation that will discover new technologies through research and development. You are the generation that will dismantle systemic oppression and speak on behalf of those who are not at the table to speak up for themselves. One might ask, how do I know this? And I would respond, because I know you. I do know you. I know most of you here. So with that said, I believe that we're clear that public health is woven into the fabric of our daily existence. We fully understand that a public health crisis can not only cripple our economy, but a public health crisis can also devastate our families financially, physically, and emotionally. My question is, how will you rise to the challenge? How will you reinvent yourselves for this next public health crisis? I know a lot of people here, and I know a lot of our students are willing and able, but I believe that in this period of COVID, we have been fortunate enough to come through on the other end, and it really gives us a second chance to make a first impression. We get a do-over. A lot of people won't. How will you use this time wisely? You all have been equipped and armed with the education, information, and data to inform the masses. And as we live and breathe, the public health revolution will be televised. Thank you.
Give up one more time for Dr. Tamara Henry. All right, our next speaker is likely another familiar face to some of you, Dr. David Karp. Dr. David Karp is an associate professor in the School of Media and Public Affairs. His work on the impact of digital media on political advocacy has been featured in dozens of academic and media outlets. Previously, he worked at the Sierra Club, including serving for 6 years on the Sierra Club's board of directors. Please give a warm welcome to David Karp.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. So I want to talk to you today about the future of the internet. This is a topic that has been a bit of an obsession of mine for a little while now. In the summer of 2018, I decided I wanted to look at the history of the digital future, to get a sense of how we arrived with the internet that we have today, how we arrived at the present. I did that by spending my summer in the library. I went to GW's library and checked out every issue of Wired magazine and read 25 years of it, cover to cover. I wrote about that for the magazine's 25th anniversary issue that October. Reading through Wired magazine gave me an opportunity to understand what the digital revolution looked like as it was arriving. There was a lot that they got right. They could see that something was new about our communications technologies. There's also a lot that they got wrong. There was a sense of inevitability in their discussion of the digital future. There was a sense that these new communications technologies were going to level the differences within society. Information was going to be free, and surely humanity would soon follow. The internet was going to make Bill Gates a trillionaire, but that was okay because it was going to make all of us millionaires. The new economy would no longer be weighted down by all the limitations of traditional economics. So I wanted to read Wired magazine to get a sense of what we usually get right and what we get wrong when we talk about the future. And I want to share today a bit of what I've learned and what I think it means for the next steps of the internet. Now, I'll tell you, what brings me to this project is fundamentally that I'm kind of a worrier. I spent 15 years in the leadership of a national environmental group, the Sierra Club. And coming out of the environmental movement, there's an old saying that we have, that environmentalists are the only people predicting the future who hope that we're wrong. So let me quickly take you through just an abbreviated history of the digital future. Those of you who are at GW, I teach a whole class on this. The 1990s was the traditional Web 1.0. This was Netscape. This was the dot-com boom, when all of a sudden it seemed like this internet and email was unlocking potential everywhere. That then culminated in the dot-com crash, when it turned out that all of those digital bits flying around weren't immune to the limitations of traditional economics. Then in the 2000s, the internet got exciting again. There was Wikipedia, there was the blogosphere, YouTube. It was an internet of us. Communities were coming together, engaging online, forming movements, creating art. We were seeing this wonderful mass participation. Then the iPhone arrived and fundamentally changed the way we engage with the internet. When it arrived, they called it the Jesus phone. They were kind of right. Smartphones changed how we engage with the internet. Again, throughout the 2000s, they talked about how there's an inevitability to how this is going to change everything. And the world we're building because of the internet is just going to be better. Then reading through it, you get into the 2010s. And in the 2010s, what we notice is kind of a slowdown of the pace of digital innovation. The big platforms that we all know today and have known for a decade came to dominate. Google, Facebook, Apple, Amazon. Instead of facing competitors, they tended to acquire the competitors. There was also just a general sense that these firms and the internet had stopped being the scrappy upstarts creating the future, and instead were responsible for the present. That then led to the techlash in 2016, which we've been living through ever since. We've had about 5 or 6 years now of looking at these companies, recognizing, as Mark Andreessen said, that software has eaten the world, but also treating these tech companies as titans and holding them responsible for the present instead of just crediting them with the future. This project has been on my mind a lot recently because over the past year, suddenly Silicon Valley is trying to turn the corner on the techlash. And they're trying to talk about the next chapter of the internet's history again. So we now have Silicon Valley folks talking a lot about artificial intelligence, particularly artificial general intelligence, which is going to be breakthroughs in machine learning and neural nets that could radically transform society. They are doing some tremendous things right now. Though artificial intelligence, we hoped, was going to really change things for the COVID pandemic and how we responded to it in medical services, it wasn't ready for that yet. There's a lot that it still wasn't ready for. There's also the blockchain revolution. Cryptocurrencies. Their supporters will tell you that this can fundamentally rewrite the internet routing around the big tech corporations and ushering in a new era of Web3. And then there's the metaverse, a hardware upgrade to how we engage with the internet, a one-to-one mapping of the entire physical world into a digital space, so that through virtual reality and augmented reality, we can now engage with each other in massively different ways. These are three different visions, and their promoters will tell you, each of them will tell you, that these are inevitable. Now, I'm going to take a step back here. This is Douglas Adams' third book in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy trilogy. There's actually 6 books in the trilogy now. Nonetheless, it's a great trilogy. Writing in 1982, his third book, Douglas Adams spoke about what he calls an SEP. An SEP is something that you can't see or don't see, or our brain doesn't let us see, because we think that it's somebody else's problem. That's what SEP means, somebody else's problem. The brain just edits it out. It's like a blind spot. Now, I mention this because it's been on my mind increasingly, listening to the evangelists of Silicon Valley and the entrepreneurs and the engineers and the funders. Because there's a fourth future that I think we all desperately hope is not inevitable. This is an article that was in Wired magazine in January 2020, just before the COVID pandemic occupied all of our attention. Wired magazine, the host of The Digital Future, started talking about the Pyrocene, that we had entered the age of fire. This was because of the wildfires in Australia, but it could just as easily have been because of the wildfires in California. Last summer, a heat dome descended on the Pacific Northwest in the United States. People died as a result. Climate change is no longer a problem of the future. It is a problem of right now. And I don't need to tell you, the audience, this. We all know this because we've been hearing it as a drumbeat for years. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released another report recently telling us that 1.5 degrees of warming is already locked in. But if we have a whole of society response to climate, then maybe we can head off 2 degrees of warming, or even worse. This is a tweet that I wrote about a week ago. This tweet is basically the summation of this entire talk. The IPCC has told us we need a whole of society mobilization in the next decade to decarbonize and prevent global collapse. This must be priority 1 for everyone with any type of power. And Silicon Valley has effectively responded to that by saying, well, we burned down 2 rainforests teaching a neural net to draw pictures. Does that help? Think about those 3 futures again. Artificial intelligence relies on these large networks of computers in order to do things that we as humans can already do. It is incredible, some of the things that AI can now do. You can feed into a program called DALL-E, you can feed it a description of what picture you want, and it can generate that picture. That's fascinating. It's also incredibly energy intensive and wasteful. How is that a solution for us right now? Bitcoin, the New York Times reported recently, the Bitcoin network burns more energy than the country of Finland. And while other cryptocurrencies can be a little less wasteful, creating a trustless architecture to replace the institutions that currently dominate the internet, while it seems like a nice thing to do, is in no sense an answer to the question that we all collectively face right now. The metaverse, when we think about a one-to-one data layer that we can all engage with around the entire world, the race to build that data layer, the race to build the metaverse and profit from it, is a race that will not be concluded based on who burns the least carbon. Back in 2011, there's a Facebook engineer named Jeff Hammerbacher who said, "The best minds of my generation are thinking about how to make people click ads. That sucks." I always loved that quote. But today in 2022, it occurs to me that the best minds of my generation, at least the ones gathered in Silicon Valley, the engineers, the entrepreneurs, the evangelists, they are thinking about how to build artificial intelligence. They're thinking about how to build new cryptocurrency outlets and Web3. They're thinking about how to build a metaverse. They are treating climate change as somebody else's problem. And that also sucks. So if there's a lesson that I have taken away from my study of the digital future, it is that nothing is inevitable. We have choices about what we're going to believe, what we're going to build, and what world we're going to live in. Technology alone is not going to solve the climate crisis. This is not a problem that is Silicon Valley's alone to face. But over the past 30 years, Silicon Valley has become the center of the global economy. And with that great power, as with Spider-Man, comes great responsibility. What we should all hope for, what we should all demand when we think about the next chapter of the internet, is that the people building it do not treat the climate crisis as somebody else's problem. Thank you.
Fantastic, great job. Give it up one more time for Dr. Karp. All right, I'm about to bring up our last speaker of the day in just a moment, but before I do, just want to do a few housekeeping items. Everyone received 2 emails after the event asking you to fill out a survey. One is from Ted to see how we did. The other is from us, the local team here at TEDx Foggy Bottom, to see how we can improve and properly cater to you, the attendees, in future years. So take some time, fill these out, let us know what your thoughts are. And without further ado, our final speaker of the day is Yeganeh Rezaian, an Iranian journalist who has written for outlets like the Washington Post and The Lily. While reporting in Iran, she and her husband, the former Washington Post Tehran bureau chief Jason Rezaian, were detained by Iranian authorities, and Yeganeh was jailed for 72 days. We are so excited to welcome Yeganeh Rezaian to the stage.
Thank you so much. His introduction already gave me a little bit of emotion, so it's good to be here with you all. As a little girl who was born and raised in the Islamic Republic of Iran, I soon realized that my childhood is as typical as it can get in such a place. I was born in 1984, several years into the Islamic revolutionary era of my country, and in the middle of an 8-year war imposed on us by Saddam Hussein. Soon I realized my life in my country has 2 separate realities. The life I had inside our home with my family and the one beyond our front door, in public, in the society. Like all other Iranian girls, I had to wear hijab from very early age. And for me, that started at 5 years old when I had to start preschool. Also, like the rest of my fellow Iranian women, I fought very hard to maintain my femininity, but also my strength and my status, my place in a society that was designed to block it anyway. One constant of my growing up was access to Hollywood movies, believe it or not. All forms of Western products, including most importantly, the cultural products are officially banned and forbidden in the country by the system. But me and my peers got creative and found ways to listen to American pop music and watch lots of Hollywood movies. So I had the same movie and music idols as most of you did. I also always dreamed about, from a very young age, dreamed about going to America. Probably it was the effect of those movies and listening to those music. I even dreamed about marrying an American. And I remember telling that to my mom when I was only 9 years old. To make my dream come true, I studied English at school, and my first job was teaching English to girls younger than me who had the similar aspirations as I did. And I met the first American, and I fell in love with him. I always say it was love at first sight. And we got married. And that led to journalism. So I always say I'm a journalist by love, not by practice or not by going to school, not by studying it. I'm a journalist by love. His love of journalism made me become a journalist, and that opened so many different opportunities and doors and windows, anything you can imagine to me. We started many days traveling in Iran and reporting, and I loved the job, and I loved the man, and I still love them both, although I'm not actively practicing journalism these days anymore. Lots of press conferences, different trips and travels, foreign minister, president, this, that. Lots of good opportunities, including appearing in different American TV programs. We happened to appear on Parts Unknown, the TV show produced by CNN, with our good friend Anthony Bourdain, who is hard to say, late friend. Lots of great opportunities. I wasn't that little ordinary girl anymore. I was that ordinary girl who rose to become the Bloomberg correspondent in Tehran. So that was very special for me. And I think for my parents, they were very proud. I would like to say so was my husband, because he was my journalism teacher. Until one night, everything crashed down. He and I were arrested in our home. And I went from being that patriot person who loved her country despite all of its shortcomings, to this imprisoned dissident who was married to public enemy number one. Our pictures appeared on frontline newspapers, and our names were mentioned over and over again on primetime news. And I always thought I understood and I was able to identify disinformation and propaganda because I was raised in a society like a police state, and I lived my whole life with those things. But all of a sudden, I was the target of all of those. And that was the most difficult experience imaginable. Through a whole year and a half that our ordeal took, and 3 months of my own imprisonment in solitary confinement, and then my husband's ordeal, I learned so many important lessons. Lessons like, if you are born in a totalitarian or, let's say, theocracy, that system will design you, will treat you in a way that you do not have any free will, to the point that your choice of love is controlled by the system. You cannot marry a different citizen, especially an American one, because 40 years of animosity between the two governments will chase and affect every little details of your life, your private life, your love, your family, everything, your loved ones. I learned that in such a system, you're just a puppet, moved and run by the system without even you knowing that, because you have not learned about the other way. You don't know there's a different way of life beyond what you're living, because that's all you have been taught. I've learned that your country can easily betray you and turn you into something you're not, for its own purpose, for its own benefit. I also learned a few good things. I learned that family is the most important thing in the whole world. You survive everything if you have that great support system of your family. Nothing else matters, honestly. Hear it from me. In nights and days, only your family holds your hand. I learned trust, I learned resilience, I learned survival. And suddenly it ended, and I was exiled from my homeland without a proper chance of saying goodbye to my loved ones, not even my parents. It ended with me and the airplane that I was in taking off without me having a passport or any other form of ID. The girl who fought her entire life to have a status was completely statusless. And I arrived to the United States. The welcome was really warm, very warm. The embrace was really warm. I did not see an American who was not kind to me yet. Hopefully that will never happen. But it was short-lived, unfortunately. Things changed quickly, and I became an American, but an immigrant. I'm an immigrant, and I think once you are an immigrant, you will always be an immigrant. You will be seen by those who came before you always as an immigrant. They see your differences. But I honestly think and learn that our differences are our individual strength that will collectively become the strength in our society, in the community that we live. Because much of who I am was formed in a different place that has really good values, but obviously some problems. So I hope what I brought with me, not a passport, not an ID, is the values of being a good human being and add to this great society that has given me the opportunity to live and restart and relive. So I became an American. I believed in the American dream, and now after 6 years here, I understand all the values and all the dreams and wonderful things that America has to offer. And now I am a mommy to a really young kiddo who's really sweet, and I'm sure one day his English is much better than mine, because he will always see me as an immigrant, but he was born here, so that's the difference we have. And I want to say again that our differences are our strength. And thinking back, I remember how I always thought America is not just this big country. America is this phenomenon happening to the rest of the world, and how in the Middle East we always dreamed about coming here and becoming an American. And for me, it happened with a difficult story, but I'm sure many millions of us have arrived in this country with much more harrowing stories, and we're all here. And this is a good place to be. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up one more time. And give it up for all our speakers today. Yeah. What a great day. What a great, inspiring day. And we appreciate y'all so much for coming out, spending your whole Saturday with us. It's been a great day. We heard a lot of big ideas. We're going to be thinking, hopefully, about them for the days and the weeks to come. And the best part about TEDx Foggy Bottom is that it's meant to be a community that expands beyond just the talks, beyond the room. We want you to continue these conversations. We want y'all to network and engage with one another. Of course, use the hashtag FOBO22. You can get on there, share your ideas online, share your thoughts, talk to one another, keep spreading those big ideas. We want to continue to build this very, very special community. I hope to see you all again soon, maybe around Foggy Bottom. And if I don't see you before next year's event at April 2023, I thank all of you guys for supporting us and our commitment to sharing ideas worth spreading. And as you leave, if you don't want to keep your lanyard, there should be bins in the back. You can drop them in there, throw them in there. And thanks everybody for coming. Have a great day.